the live stream. I think we're live. Hey everyone, welcome back to another live stream, another day of working on the robot. We had to leave yesterday because of some compatibility issues while booting the software on the motor controllers. And let me actually grab one and bring it, try to show what I'm. Okay, yeah. So yesterday we were trying to flash code in these motor controllers, and we have the encoders and everything attached ready to go, but we faced a issue where the Cube IDE, the software that we have to use to upload flash code in this microcontroller, it's not supported on the latest versions of Mac at the moment. So we replaced it with Windows, but pretty soon after we ended the live stream, we ran into another brick wall. Someone just dropped a like. It might be Reg, because Reg has been the most supportive chatter yet. But thank you for the like. It helps the live stream. So yeah, continuing on with the issue we're facing right now. So right after we finished the last live stream, we really immediately realized that we needed a x86 architecture PC to flash code in this motor controller along with the CAN bus. So as you know, let me try and grab another controller that's ready with the CAN bus and everything. So this one. So as you know, to calibrate this motor, we need to have two things ready, and one of them is of course a Windows computer with a Cube IDE software to flash the code in there, and the second one of course is this USB to CAN adapter. Now this is used to specify the joints of the robot and which joint link we're at right now. So this is used to define that, and the entire code base for this robot, it's built around an x86 architecture, which is not really standard. So for example, the Raspberry Pi we were using yesterday trying to get this thing to work, that was x64 architecture, and we had slight success in running some Python scripts that were not dependent on the architecture. We also did not have any IMU attached to the robot yet. So all the actuators there, they are in bits and pieces right now. So what we figured is we had to arrange an x86 architecture PC somehow, and we are working on arranging that at the moment. Until then, we have a lot of 6U12 actuators to assemble and put together. So these will be going in the lower part of the robot's body. So this is what will be forming the torso of the robot, and then we have a few 5010 actuators like this that we are gonna assemble today. Now we have already done this, and these are all the remaining actuators. So we have assembled a lot of them already. So these remaining ones, we're really hopeful that we can sprint through them and we can finish putting them all together in under 2 hours. 3 hours at maximum if we take it really slow, but we're gonna try and put everything together in this live stream, and then we're gonna wait for the PC, and once we have the PC, we have all the wiring and everything already done, so we don't have any more wiring to do. So for all these actuators that we're gonna assemble today, as you can see, I have already prepared all the motor controllers and encoders. They are pretty much ready to go on these actuators. So after today's live stream, we will have all the upper body and lower body actuators ready, and we will then wait for the PC. We don't want to assemble and put this robot together without first making sure all the wiring connections and everything is okay and that the motors are working. So yep, that's where we're at right now, and I have my solder iron ready, heated up over here, and we're gonna start with 6 C12 actuators. So I'm gonna move this to a side now. Yeah, so what we can do is you can just keep inserting the brass hex nuts and just pushing it over here, and I'll keep assembling them one by one. Yep, you can do something like that. So today's live stream is mostly just going to be assembling the actuators. So it's kind of like Lego blocks, and we're just joining different Lego blocks together. So kind of like building toys. It's not going to be any problem solving like it was yesterday. Debugging or resolving errors which we got into yesterday. Today is just gonna be very raw hardware manufacturing, not even manufacturing, assembly. So we'll just be putting in the brass inserts and then assembling the actuators. So that way we want to make sure ideally by the end of today's live stream we have all 22 actuators ready, as well as their electronic parts soldered with them, so that way they're ready to flash and ready to calibrate. Then at that point, I guess we just have to wait for the PC. Just like we mentioned earlier, with this project, the biggest bottleneck so far has been the shipping, the procurement of parts. That's been the biggest bottleneck so far. It's the only thing that held us back for quite some time. So all we can do in this case is just wait for the PC to arrive. Till then, we do have work to do, so we're happy we can assemble all of these actuators, have them ready, take some screenshots, post it in Discords and different socials that we have. And yeah, after that we'll just wait for the PC. Once the PC arrives, the actuators will be ready to calibrate. We'll calibrate them, the wiring will be complete, and we can move on to assembly. So overall, things seems to be going in a decent direction. The project is gaining progress with days. I'm gonna want you to check the first set of brass inserts, okay, and the I want you to double check the assembly for the M3 inserts and M2 inserts. Yep. And then I'm gonna keep passing them on to you, and we're gonna sort of divide this space into 2 parts, and we're gonna be assembling everything together over here, and we're gonna be getting the rest of the actuators ready, inserting M3 nuts in them on this side. So this one is a beast. It requires a lot of brass inserts, the 6C12 one. So I got an email from a friend whom I was supposed to ship some electronics modules to, and he just told me that Egypt, so he's gonna be visiting Egypt in the next few days, close to pyramids for some project. Okay. And he says the customs are terrible in Egypt. It takes months to get even the most basic or simple electronic components in. The customs are absolutely terrible. Interesting. Yep. They're really famous for like trying to get a lot of money out of visitors around that pyramid area. I've seen a lot of reels like that where the local they'll kind of give you a camel ride, or they'll carry you from one place to another. They bring you closer to the pyramids, and then they'll say like it's I've heard about it as well. The cost has been multiplied like 4 or 5 times because of this and that. So you can just imagine how the customs would be in a place like that. Yeah. Imagine like how much custom regulations they uh, hinder a country's innovation and progress. Like imagine being in a country where if you order a part from abroad, if you order some things from China or something like that, and it just takes many days or sometimes even weeks to clear customs. Imagine how much toll that is to the overall creativity and pace of that country's development. I think we don't have any more M3X60 screws, so we're gonna put everything together up till that point. Yeah, we can have both of these parts separately. There's one more thing we'll need to confirm, which is that these hex inserts, which we have, while they are the right size in terms of thickness, we do not know if they are the right size in terms of the length exactly. So when we join the two parts of the actuator, the lower part and the upper part together, and insert this in between, we will find out if they snug in tightly or not. And based off on that, maybe we'll need to make some adjustments. We'll need to go to a local hardware shop tomorrow, and maybe we will need to buy a smaller size with the same thickness. Yeah, the 3x12 size, it's so difficult to find anywhere, and it's such a non-standard part. It's really difficult to source, and yeah, I would like someone needs to, if someone has enough free time, someone needs to update these designs or models and share online. I think that would be really helpful for the community, because these four holes on the 6C12 for the M2 inserts, they don't align with the encoders as well. So there are some minor flaws in the design, very minor. The overall design is really amazing, but there are some minor things that can be fixed for sure. Yeah, so in their Discord group, in the Discord of Berkeley Humanoid Light community, people are making some improvement and adjustment to designs and sharing. For example, there's one very common issue which comes up, which is that when you are attaching this encoder, or this one over here, as you can see that we have inserted only two screws here because the holes just do not align perfectly. So that's one issue that really commonly comes up in with this design, and some people in Discord have created their own STL files where they corrected these screws. So it's a totally open source project, and yes, there's a possibility of making any adjustments to it, any modifications or adjustments wherever one finds any mistake. Is our music I think today? It's no, I think it's decent. Like, is the music even in the live stream? Yes, like the media source, you can see it playing. Can I try like opening it here, the live stream? You would not recommend? No, yeah, I mean, we don't want any back and forth reverberation. Yeah, reverberations or anything. Just like just 1 second. But no? As soon as you play it, you can mute the mic right before that. I'll just confirm from outside. Okay. So we're just looking to see if the music is okay today or not. because I don't think I moved the music slider up or down, but we still have to double check how the music shows up. Don't want it to be too distracting from our voice. Just want a slight lo-fi music playing in the background. There's no music, and there's a very subtle background noise which is kind of annoying, which you have when you do not have a good microphone. No, that's definitely because it's set to ambient mode and it's picking up voice from all directions. We can try and fix that even now. Do we increase the music a little bit? Yeah, for sure. That will help with it, and also okay, just this much. Okay. And also turning it away from ambient mode. Let me try to see if we can do this while being live. Okay. I think it should be perfect now, and only it will pick up sound only from this direction, so we will have to come near to the microphone to talk. I think it's gonna take a while. The live stream generally has a lag. I don't know exactly. It should be perfect now. Only it will pick up sound only from this. So there's no music. There's no music. I guess that's okay. But it's something that we will need to fix moving onwards. So once again, in today's live stream we are just assembling the remaining actuators. In total we need 22 actuators, and these are the M6E12 actuators which will go in the leg portion of the robot. So we are just assembling these, so that way we have all of the actuators ready at once for flashing the code and calibration. We hope to finish all of these the assembly of all of these actuators by the end of live stream tonight. So yeah, let's keep going. Yep. So I think the views. What day is today? It's Thursday. Thursday. Yeah, like midweek. Yep. So there has been a slight. We also started a bit late today. We started not a bit, but significantly late tonight. So some days in general are good days. Some days are. I wouldn't even say today is a bad day. It's a normal day. The days we really have to speak right into this mic almost. Don't play the live stream here, like it's gonna reverberate a lot. Yes. Alright. You can open up those and you can. So in general we have some if one keeps live streaming every single day, we haven't been doing this for very long. We've only been doing this for 1 week, and in general there's some really good days and some normal days. I wouldn't even call them bad days. In general there's normal days, but some days the results are, there's outlier results. There's something pretty significant which happens for the first time, and it's only been 1 week. So today seems to be slightly slow day, but in terms of the results so far, I wouldn't say it's bad at all. I mean, it's barely been 20 minutes. It's hardly been 20 minutes at the moment. But we do need to. We're gonna be moving our live streaming schedule to about 6 p.m. our time. Moving on. and around 10 to 11 p.m. our time, we have most of our viewers.
Yeah, there's one problem with moving our live stream to 6 p.m. is that it's pretty chaotic sometimes outside.
Yeah.
It's there's no telling if one is gonna be able to consistently keep a live stream on or not.
No, so what live streamers do generally is they have an on-air logo that they turn on and place it out of their rooms and stuff like that. So we can have something like that, and we can start much earlier. And doing that, our sessions will be much longer if we start early. Yep. I think we need to bring these a bit more in the frame here. Just be careful, they're really.
Oh, yep.
Someone else just dropped a liked. I think it's the first time we've gotten 2 likes, no?
No, it's actually the second.
So
it's actually the second time.
Did we get like 2 likes?
Yeah, I think so.
We'll have to double check that in our on our videos.
Yeah, so during our live stream journey. Hello guys, keep watching. Hey, thank you very much, Reg. Good to see you once again. So our live stream, and there's the character for Reg, and once again it has the same character and same cape. So the code does allocate a specific character to a specific person or a specific YouTube account. That's still pretty crazy to me. I would like to know exactly what this code is doing down the hood, because usually when we write codes like this, it's pretty arbitrary. Anyway, so we have been live streaming for almost a week now, and every day there has been something new. So maybe in terms of the likes, maybe in terms of the concurrent viewers, we've had most concurrent viewers. I think yesterday it was 6.
Yes.
And
yeah, so far the biggest supporter of our live streams has been Reg.
Yeah, so far.
Yeah, so thank you for always tuning in, Reg. This is what keeps us going, working on these projects. And overall, I'm feeling really optimistic about this new live stream format. Of course, we're gonna be continuing with the videos as well.
Yeah, there's a lot to cover in the videos. So currently we more successful videos on our channel have been the tutorial videos, and by a milestone, like by a large gap.
Yeah,
it's not even close. So people do seem to like tutorial videos whereby we are explaining and sort of getting started kit, so to speak, for very common hobbyist projects or very common hobbyist microcontrollers. Those seem to be doing really well. So there's a lot more topics to cover in there. There's a lot more microcontrollers and things that are very commonly used in the projects, so we can make videos of that. We're gonna keep making videos for them, as well as the projects that we have currently ongoing. We're gonna keep this live stream format up as well. Your videos are exciting. They will help me because this year I will start my business and invest 100k. Hey, that's awesome. That's a new venture for you.
and that's a big commitment as well with the 100k.
Yeah, a big commitment with 100k, as well as it's a completely new territory starting a business. At least it was for me. It's very different from normal job, or so starting something from scratch. It takes a lot of effort. And a lot of patience, and sort of a capacity of a person to tolerate and just keep going, keep identifying the problems.
Yes,
So
business, most of it is just tolerating uncertainty,
yeah.
because especially in the start there is a lot of uncertainty. Reg, do you have any like business experience prior to this, or like this is your first rodeo? A lot of it, the experience, it compounds over time, but starting out it's really difficult.
Yeah, but I'm rooting for you, man. I'm rooting for you. Good luck. It's a very exciting endeavor. Um, it's a really rewarding journey at the end of the day. There's a lot of learning, and you're finally doing something of your own. So I'm rooting for you. It's a really exciting journey, and we'll keep the videos coming. Of course, we'll keep making any useful videos. And suggestions are welcome if there's something you would like to learn, if there's some specific technology or microcontroller aspect that you would like some tutorial on. Suggestions are always welcome.
We're gonna be also be leaning a bit into the entertaining videos as well, and by that I mean we have some videos on our channel where we build robots and take them out in the public. We have some videos like that in the pipeline as well, along with the tutorial videos and the general kind of videos we do.
The company will focus on robot resale and creating our own robot. Yes, I have experience as a programmer and I am taking training in AI. I believe robotics is the future. Oh, so you do have experience as a programmer, so that's a really good thing. With prog, with, I think it will not be very difficult for you to catch up on speed with robotics in that case, because you already have some technical background. Uh, Robotics does involve a lot of programming, so to speak, the software aspect of the robot. And frankly speaking, hardware side, once you do some projects, you will get, with every single project you get,
Yeah, you'll
you
be
get a
learning
hand,
something new with every project.
with every
you do.
project. Yes, you'll be learning something.
Yeah.
So yeah, you are taking training in AI as well. I totally agree with you. AI and robotics is the future. I think robotics, just like machine learning, deep learning, and AI were sort of limited to research back in the 1990s, early 2000s, but now it uh, we have seen it seep into the commercial space right before our eyes with the chat GPT, and now even more generative AI models. So we were discussing earlier today that just before our eyes we are seeing more and more and more generative AI videos with the release of Sora on Twitter, Instagram, those sort of platforms. It's happening right before our eyes. So I think same will happen with robotics. So previously it was only the manufacturing corporations or industries that were able to build tools or hardware to automate certain solutions, whereas the software was pretty commercialized. People were able to create software solutions of their own. It had a very huge online community, but I think the same is happening for robotics, and it will happen very fast. It won't take like 2 decades. Software will be Robotics will become common, and more people will be building tools in their garage, and frankly starting businesses from their garage, because the
Yes.
barrier to entry won't be as high.
Yes, especially because of the AI. You know, a few years ago, if you were to start a business or if you had to work on a business, you had to work on the marketing, graphics, banners, if there were required in the business. You had to work on all these aspects on your own. You had to learn all these skills, but with the AI agents these days, the barrier to entry is way less than it was a few years ago. you can start assembling, putting this one together meanwhile. And I
Okay.
think these are the bearings. I think we can start unboxing them as well.
Yeah, just I'll just start putting them. We want to keep them inside because the lubricant is on. We do not want to just randomly put it outside. But yeah, Reg, good luck with the endeavor. I'm rooting for you. All the best for starting this new venture. I'll if you can move a little bit over there, so this assembly also comes in between.
Okay, so I think we want to divide it in like nice 2 sections, somewhere around this area. I think tomorrow I will upload another video on my voice must be really muffled because somewhere around here. So I think tomorrow I'll upload a video on the step-by-step assembly of the 6C12 actuator, but if you're looking at these live streams, you pretty much know how it's done. And in the last video, the 510 actuator 50101, sorry, for that we were using hot glue to because some components we received, they were not compatible, so we were using hot glue to fix the issue. We have found a much better solution for that, so I'm gonna be updating that solution in the 6C12 actuator video as well.
So Reg has left a comment. Thanks to your videos, I'm learning a lot. What attracted me to this robot is the ankle joint. Being able to move the foot for better balance. Okay, makes sense. I hope you will be able to create a video of the robot walking.
Yeah, to be totally honest with you on that, I don't know how far we'll be able to go in terms of training, because once this whole assembly is done and the initial calibration is done, we will have to hand this robot over to somebody else.
So we do have a partner here who also he has a software team. We also know software and have worked in software before, but they're a bit more focused towards the software side of this project. So our goal was to sprint this project and assemble as soon as we can, and then their team takes care of the software in parallel. So we will have a video of a fully assembled robot for sure. However, uploading policies to it, for example walking or balancing, in all honesty, we're not sure if we can get a video of that really soon, because we will have to hand this robot, once it's fully assembled, over to our partner, and his team will be uploading the software to it. But yeah, we'll keep the updates coming to this channel as much as we can regarding the robot as the progress keeps going.
Yeah, and we'll by that time we will have moved on to much hopefully a more exciting project.
Yep.
But yeah, I'm also like really interested in the policies for this robot, and especially the motion, because as time moves on, these kinds of humanoids are gonna get more and more common out in the streets, out in the world. Lately I've been seeing some really amazing humanoids come out of China. In terms of motion, it's like almost perfect.
Yeah, frankly, they're unbelievable.
Yep. And
the robots that are being built in China these days, they're really unbelievable.
And when talking about motion, in some aspects they are already far superior to human beings, in my opinion. And yeah, I did not think for a second I would be saying this so soon, but yeah, some robots I have seen come out of China, They are far superior to human beings in terms of motion, and it's only gonna get better and better with more policies, more training, and quite frankly, I think a lot of open source people are gonna start contributing a lot more to these open source projects as well, and that's gonna keep the open source robotics community going as well, in terms of humanoids, and we might see a lot more white labeled humanoids built on top of this uh, base model. All right. Figure 3 demo is on YouTube. Very impressive how far it goes. Yes. Yeah. Yep. I don't know which robot it was, but the one that they always push around and bully their robots for like training them. But I don't know exactly which robot it was, but it got up crazy fast, like way faster than like a human being can do. It was almost like a cat when when you dope a cat, it how fast it the cat spins around to always land on its feet. It felt a little bit like that, getting up. Yeah, so China has a lot of robot companies, but I think the one that you're referring to was Unitree. It was Unitree Robot. So, but they have many companies. Some of them, which we know from a YouTube channel, they're not even that famous, and I think they created their robot within like 1 or 1.5 year. Brilliant team altogether, and their robot is just one of the best robot we've ever seen. So China is on a completely different level altogether. They're they have teams which are not even in the industry for like decades. They're new in the field, but they are creating unbelievable solutions. So Unitree is also from China, but the one that we know from, I don't know the name of the robot. Um, I think that China is able to do that because of the insane amount of collaboration between the different companies, industries, the hardware, manufacturing, software, every aspect of the robot, and I don't see any other country replicating it to that scale. Their lead time is close to non-existent. So for sourcing parts and collaboration and it's close to non-existent. So just like we were mentioning earlier, in this project, by far the biggest bottleneck for us has been sourcing of the parts. It's what has taken most amount of time in this project. We've had to wait almost a month, I would say, just
Yep.
to have. At this point, it has been more than
Yeah,
a month.
more than a month, just to have all the parts in a lab where we can just come together and start sprinting on the assembly. And that's just one aspect which completely kills the momentum if you do not have all the parts available pretty fast. So that's a problem, and I think these lead times are pretty much non-existent in China, because all the parts are locally available, all manufacturers are locally available. Everyone exists in everyone's neighbor, so they're able to ship something or create a prototype pretty fast.
Mhm. Adding bearings here. I think it would have been really cool if we printed some parts in black and some parts in white.
Oh yeah. So in the Discord group, some people have printed actuators in black, and honestly, they look really good.
Yeah.
They look really amazing.
Yeah,
Black
you
PLA.
can, once you know what you're doing, you can also start playing with PETG or translucent filaments, and you can add really cool aspects to your robot that way as well.
Yep. Yeah, you can modify the design
Yeah.
very much to make it stand out, to make it unique.
Yeah, I think for now, like, we will have to move on from this project, of course, to other cooler projects. But I think if once the channel gets durably monetized and once it gains more traction, I think we will have to return to this.
Yep.
Yes, because I don't see any quote unquote robotic startup not eyeing a humanoid robot as its product or the main appeal in the future, because the thing that was keeping humanoids and robotics field generally at bay was the manufacturing costs. So because of the 3D printing industry, the manufacturing cost has for prototyping it has already become almost non-existent. You can design any part and 3D print it like in your lab, in your house. Whereas before this, if you were to embark on building a humanoid robot, you would have to get machined parts which are so expensive and they're so difficult to make.
Unitary robots are cool. The G1, for example, at 16K is good, but it's just a toy. The EDU version is 24K if you want to program it. Yes, yep. That's the thing with unitary robots as well as the K-scale labs. What they're doing is they're focusing on the commercial, on the developer market. So earlier on, the robots that were being in general, the robots that were being built for the last 10-20 years were built for B2B, so for warehouses, businesses, for automating different parts of the assembly line. There was not much demand in the commercial sector. So what Unitary and K-Scale Lab, the market that they're focusing on is a commercial market. Even Tesla, their robot is primarily created for the Tesla factory, because they want to automate a lot of work there, and humans are maybe not able to keep up with the work. So even their robot is primarily created for the for the Tesla factory. But Unitary and K-Scale Lab, what they're doing is they're creating open source robots, so that way developers can program it. So they sort of want to create an ecosystem just like it exists in software with Stack Overflow and open source community. They want to create the same for robotics. So if these kind of startups keep coming, perhaps in the next few years there will be one startup which will have most online community around it. It will be a generic robot, and people will just be able to create modules of it and upload.
Yeah, like the
policies.
hardware space is definitely gonna have its quote unquote software moment sometime in the future, because like I said, in hardware the main thing that was stopping the innovation and everything was the really huge costs that you had to spend to get anything built or get anything ready, especially if you go if you try to make a custom mold or a custom design, a non-standard design. Whereas in software you just had to sit in your room, you could write 10,000 lines of code, you could try experiment, and the iteration speed was really high. But I think with the advent of 3D printing and this open source community, and then with the advent of AI, because information is a lot more commercially available now. In general, I think hardware is gonna have its software moment sometime in the future. Yes, eventually there will be a robot which will be open source, and people will be able to customize it in accordance with their need, and the barrier to entry will be pretty low. So non-technical people will be able to program it in some way to have it do any job that they want automated within their house or wherever. So yeah, in general the space is headed towards that direction, but I think that's just one niche. There are probably thousands of new niches that will open up in terms of digital products, in terms of specific policies for a marketplace for specific policies of robots, as well as compute in general, because some of the policies, some of the training obviously requires high-end GPUs. So as some things are automated and some markets are shifted, new opportunities will keep emerging, new problems will keep arising. I think there's been a slight mistake with 3D printing. Okay. In all of these parts which we have taken out, I think they have made this a little small. So it's not snapping in. It's not snapping. It's too small for this. No, you have to insert a bearing in here. I think these are the bearings, and we you might want to grab the new equipment we got. There might be more bearings in there somewhere as well, but for now we have bearings. By the way, just like Rich does have experience with programming, I learned programming not very long ago. I started learning it only about, I think, 2 years ago or 3 years ago. I don't recall exactly when, but I genuinely enjoyed it. I genuinely enjoyed writing programs. So for some of the my own software products that I was working on, I have written more than tens of thousands of lines of codes. Modularize the entire application, so that way it's easier to debug and find out exactly where the problem is at, as well as develop different modules and bring it all together in one main.py, and it was really rewarding. I know the field is gonna shift a lot with AI. Programming as we know it will become entirely different, and there's a case to be made that that's been happening since the advent of programming, but I will miss programming. There was a part to it which I really enjoyed, and sometimes when once you're in the flow, you're writing hundreds of lines of code, adding modules by hand, perfecting the whole product, how the look of it comes together. Some aspect of it was really great, but it is going to change a lot with the AI. Yep, I don't think we would have been able to compared to software. Of course, the hardware projects we have up on our YouTube channel, like for example, we made some robots and took them out in the public. They took a while to build, like especially with the Squid Games robot. I really wanted to take it out, get some reaction from the public, and upload the video before the season came out, and we had to spend a lot of nighters to get that thing together, and even then I was able to finish it like maybe one day before the season came out. So the timeline is improving, of course, a lot, but we're gonna have more and more small scale manufacturing and 3D printing and designing startups that are purely gonna be there for rapid iteration of design. So they're gonna be they're gonna be taking a bulk of the design part and the R&D part, while the main startup, it can focus on uploading policies to the robot, maybe training it for custom use cases, stuff like that. So the timeline is also gonna keep going down as we move further along. But when I was back in the university, we tried working on a humanoid robot. 3D printing was not that common back in that day, and our assumption was like it's gonna easily take 2 to 3 years to build the entire thing. And you know, the funny thing is, we were manufacturing the body of the robot, the limbs, torso, everything, by using aluminum and sometimes steel, sometimes cast iron, depending upon what joints or parts they were. And it was so heavy, and it used to take weeks worth of machining to just get a single joint or just a single limb. And compared to that, like how we're able to put everything together in like 1 to 2 weeks, if we have given we have all these hardware parts,
Alright, and
we have come
and
quite a way.
an interesting thought experiment. So we know that in the last 10 or 20 years there has been a huge boom of software houses, because software was it did not require as much initial capital to build. You just needed a laptop, which could have the right environment. So there were when people are starting out selling software services these days, they do tend to say it's a pretty saturated niche. Over the last 10-20 years there has been a huge boom of software houses. Are we gonna see something similar with robots?
Yeah, definitely.
Or hardware.
Definitely,
So instead of
definitely.
software houses, something similar to
Yep,
hardware
yep.
houses.
That's what I meant when I said hardware is gonna have its software moment sometime in the future.
Ah.
Like the turnaround time, and it's gonna be real quick, so it will allow for way more innovation in the space. It's not gonna take as long to manufacture and test a product compared to what it used to take like a few years ago.
Yes, like that. That's an interesting way to look at it. So there were obviously hardware services companies. I know some of them back in my country as well. There were some people 6-7 years before who were and they were doing great, by the way, but it was just that there was not a lot of competition. There was not a lot of people who could offer hardware solutions at the scale at which they were doing at the moment. But I think more and more people will enter the space, just because the expertise required to create these sort of solutions, the barrier to entry will be lowered. Programming will not be as it used to be. New people entering the space will be able to program sort of vibe code, but the technical depth will not be as much as it used to be. So yeah, I think that's a pretty decent assessment. I think that could very well happen.
Exciting and scary times ahead.
Yeah, uncertain times ahead. Uncertain.
Yeah.
It's always uncertain.
Can you try like putting the hex stand with the masking tape?
I will try it just after putting these here. Okay, just to confirm, these are M3X 25 or which parts?
I think they are M3X25. If they are not, they won't be able to make their way across.
What if M3X 30?
But you're gonna need that dinosaur to. Otherwise, it's gonna take a long time, and we don't have that much time. Do we have that dinosaur thing here in our lab?
We don't.
So you're gonna have to go grab it, and we will have the. I think we haven't put back the heads for these screws to tighten and untighten them.
Ah, it's M3X 30.
Look at it.
It is here. We do have M3X 30.
M3X 25. Here's M3X 30. It has started to like perform once again like a decent.
We want to democratize the price of motors because it is the most expensive thing in robotics here in Canada. Because of the exchanges, a motor of $250 US is worth almost $500 Canadian. Hey Reg, let me show you something right here. So there's someone who I don't know him personally, but I follow him on Twitter, and he's doing something similar but in US, and I'll show you what his take on these motors
I think
is.
it's a really good market to jump in, especially because of how the general state of politics is, and every country is trying to get manufacturing back in their own country. China has been pretty much the sole supplier of these components for a while, but I think governments are gonna be. There is near bottomless demand for way more than even criteria. Yep.
Yeah, so he is making robotic actuators, specifically targeting the San Francisco market. So he wants to bring manufacturing of BLDC motors and actuators back to US, so that way the lead time is less and he has a local production facility over there. I think that's what he's trying to do. And he went to San Francisco, and his learning from that trip was that there's a near bottomless demand for actuators, and I agree with him. There is a huge demand for solutions which are built locally because it saves a lot of cost.
Yep, and especially these days, governments are spending a lot of money for in-house quote unquote like production in the same country. So yeah, governments are all in for that, and to be fair for the people of like a country, we need someone to work on building those base units or base raw materials that all the other companies depend on. So you have your problem statement really well defined. So yeah, it's a really good direction to head into.
It is a good market. I know some startups in Pakistan who are working on EV bikes, so electric bikes, and their biggest cost is also from the motors and the battery. Two things which they import from China. They're the biggest cost factors in the entire, and no one in the country is building these things locally. It's a huge gap there as well.
So it's like a shovels thing. When you know the saying is, when you're in a gold rush, sell shovels. And in the future, when the robotics is definitely gonna be way more commercialized compared to today, we're gonna need someone churning out those motors for our robots, man. Definitely.
Yeah, thank you. For example, the Unitree G1 at 16K in Canada, it costs us 30K. Imagine, it's crazy. Yep. Yep, totally. I would never want to spend that kind of money, man. I would not at all want to spend that kind of money on a robot.
Yep, but
It's
if you're making those that stuff locally, imagine how many companies that were just sitting on the sidelines, they will reach out to
yeah,
you.
like me, just like me. Yeah, it's these kind of things have an impact that one can like 100% not predict at the start. So the path sort of clears up and opportunities sort of emerge as you're working on the product market fit, as you're working on your solution. Opportunities sort of emerge and you have to pivot and shift in accordance to that. These kind of things do create a momentum of production and manufacturing and in the space in the entire and you cannot predict these kind of things, just like with SaaS or software or any product that you're building. Once you start getting feedback from the market as well as some new opportunities, new angles keep emerging.
Yeah, as well as generally working on the product, like you might face a really big bottleneck at your manufacturing facility and whatnot, and whatever way you implement to fix that issue, it might turn out to be a huge product. So but momentum is really important. And a few days ago we were talking about how difficult it is to keep a project or a startup moving. Starting it is the easiest part, and the first few weeks they are like really exciting and fun, but the biggest challenge is to like keep the momentum going. At 30K the robot has to mow the lawn and place. Yeah. 100%. 100%.
Yeah, here's my dishwashing robot. Price 30,000 US.
Yeah, imagine.
$30,000.
Yeah. Imagine all the memes if a company starts actually selling a really good dishwashing robot. Imagine all the memes we can make with that.
Yeah, man, with $30,000, I can backpack around the world like 3 times. There ain't no way I'm spending that on a dishwashing robot. Not at all. Where's the L key? L key. I don't want to bring the machine because it will cause a lot of noise.
The L keys.
There was one over here somewhere.
I think we're gonna have to look for them somewhere around this area. Gonna hand there. So at that price range, you want your robot to be like a whole replacement for you. If you're spending that kind of money, my robot better work at my corporate job.
Yeah, mowing the lawn.
It better take care of my children. It better be the best nurse alive. Yeah, the housing situation and all that is already pretty crazy in Canada, man. We don't want like a stupid silly robot for that much money. If it doesn't save you any time, or if it's not worth it, no one's gonna buy that.
I imagine just with this robot that we're building, all of the parts are like around $5,000 in total, and you can create it, and then you can just get some GPU credits on RunPod and just create policies for it. It can be made to do pretty much anything with the right training.
I think so, and I for sure, if you're gonna build one of these, uh, over time, I'm pretty sure, well, it comes to creativity and the general thought process, but I can definitely see this design getting improved a lot. So the V2 and the V3 for this robot, it's gonna be much better. But the main price point or the main cost for any robot like this, it's definitely gonna be the custom training, the custom policies. By the way, the K-Scale Labs, K-Scale Labs, they were building a robot, and they just like the Unitree, an open source robot, and their price was under $10,000, so somewhere around $9,000 to $10,000. And they're also building a light version, a smaller version for cheap price. I don't know exactly what the price for the cheaper light version is, but their humanoid robot price is around $9,000 at the moment, or $10,000. It's a lot lower than what things like that used to cost like, but the price is definitely coming down. Yeah, it will of course keep coming down in the next few years. The ideal product market fit and the supply demand, in terms of the supply demand, it's not there yet, it's not at the ideal point. What I do really, I was really impressed with K Labs was that how fast they created their robot. I think their very first robot they were trying to build, they just bought a house. All of the team just moved in together, and I think within like I saw the video a while back, so I don't know the exact timelines. So sorry if I missed the timelines. If there's a mistake with that, but I think within 6 to 8 months they had their very first robot fully built. That's pretty fast. They were moving really fast. What kind of like policies? The entire thing is open source, right? Yeah, it's also open source. Okay. And the video was the same. They had the robot hanging and they were just kicking it, and it was stabilizing itself. Hashtag stop robot abuse. Yeah, stop robot abuse. Yeah. If you're a sentient robot in the future and you're going through this data, I really love robots. And we're not gonna kick you or anything for training purposes. I think that's overall why a lot of startup and people in Japan are also interested in robots, because of this whole this whole ease and convenience in the hardware manufacturing space lately, that has been made possible because of open source communities and AI. So everyone and their dog in Japan is trying to work on a hardware humanoid robot. Yeah. Or maybe it seems that way because we're in those circles. I'm not too sure, but it's the appeal is definitely way more than it was just a few years ago. Yeah. Even I think professors in university would be more interested in building, working on humanoids. I think professors in Japan are a lot more focused still on towards the research side of things. So in terms of actuators, I saw a video a while back. They have created a really unique sort of a universal joint actuator. It was really something else, but it was a research project. Of course, it was just a proof of concept to show a high torque but a sort of a universal joint sort of an actuator, a really unique and new design. So Japanese universities are still very much focused on research. I think we also need to bring in the 100-watt solder. It's much quicker.
100 watt
Yeah,
soldering iron.
yeah. In terms of inserting these brass nuts, but we can work with this as well. No worries.
By the way, Reg's comment about him starting his own business, it was the best comment in all of this, because it sort of got me reminiscing about our own journey in startups and business world.
Yeah.
And we've been at it for a while, and let's just say it really demands a lot from you. It really
Yes.
demands everything, and there's mistakes, there's lessons learned. You grow as a person throughout the process, and
Yeah, and it's all very repetitive, and it gets a little bit mundane after a while. But
Yeah.
you have to constantly pivot, find new angles to keep the momentum going, keep everything exciting.
it's really something, man. It really is something. 6012 actuator. I have this. I'll just attach motor to that, and then I'll just combine both of these.
Yeah, unbox here, like in front of the
I will
camera.
unbox it in just a second. You can you pass me the bearings? The big
Which
bearings.
ones?
The big ones for MC612 actuator.
I think they're still in that bag. I don't think we've unboxed.
Not. Yeah, we already had these.
So yeah, these are for the 61C12.
Yeah.
How many are there? 2, 4, 7. What? Why are there's 7 bearings? Why are we missing one?
Are we missing one?
Yeah, I think 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 8.
I mean, if there are 7, they have to be 8. We need an even number of bearings.
Yeah, but I don't think I've seen that anywhere. Maybe in the new material we got the other day. Maybe they'll be in there. Let's just try and look for it after building this one.
Ooh, didn't go in. We need to fix this. I'll just put this aside for now. The ones that need fixing, will fix them afterward. For now, just to keep going, I'll open up this motor.
Bring it a bit closer to the camera.
M6012 motor. I think this arrived from China, right?
Yep,
Yeah.
I think so.
Jiangji Mad Motor Components code in Jingyan, building number 14. Yeah, Xinjiang. I'll just we'll have a tutorial coming for this specific actuator as well by tomorrow, I think.
Yeah, hopefully by tomorrow. Before the live stream. And I'm not too sure about the motor controller soldering one and the encoder soldering. That one will be probably the day after tomorrow. And then after that we have a couple of other projects that we have been working on, and we'll be sharing YouTube video tutorials for that as well.
for my company, I want to start slowly. I already have some clients who use Siemens S7 1200 in industry. I understand that it will not happen in a day, and I imagine that it will take more than 100k lol. If you're talking about Canada, oh, definitely more than 100k. Yeah, definitely more than 100k. And yeah, it will not happen in a day. It may not even happen in 6 months. It may not happen in a year. But we just come back to why we started in the first place, and what's the
Yes.
motivation behind this. You have to keep persistently solving. So every day you have to work as if it will work, and you will crack the and solve the
And
problem.
and the thing is, with these hardware projects, you have to, like, the companies like Siemens, they have been at it for such a long time, and the iterations or the improvements, they appear uh, in very small chunks. So it's gonna take a really long while, but you're gonna be working on improving and perfecting only one thing at a time.
Yeah.
So, for example, we were working on a lawn mowing robot a while back, and you would not believe the thing we had to spend the most time perfecting or improving was the caster wheels of the robot.
Yeah.
Always
Be
happens, man.
careful, be careful.
Yeah, so it was the caster wheels of the robot. That was the thing we had to spend the most time on, trying to perfect it, because when you start applying your manufactured products in real life, you find out a lot of things that can be improved in terms of application. And yeah, it takes a while to perfect one thing at a time, and it's a marathon, it's not a sprint. And after many years, when you look back, you can everything sort of falls in place, but in a short while, it's definitely gonna take a few years at least.
Yeah. It is often, just being frank and truthful with you, it is often brutal. It is extremely hard. It's a test of your courage and will. But what I can say for sure is that if you're just persistent and you keep solving the problem, things begin to solve themselves in a couple of months, in like 6 to 8 months. Things, you do start cracking the problem, but it does require a lot of determination and will, and just the sheer persistence to just keep going. You almost have to prove to the world that you can make something work, and you can do it better than everyone else that's your competitor. But the good thing is, if you can do all of these, then yeah, it does work. And also, it's a good idea to start slowly, just like you mentioned. You don't have to go and create the next world changing thing within the next year. There's no rush like that. Just pick one small problem and go at it at the most reasonable amount of time as you can, and just present it. Try to convince the I'm not sure if there's going to be any investment involved in this or not, but personally, during all of my ventures that I have done previously, I have never raised any funding. Not a fan of that. I've always bootstrapped all of the startups that I've done before. But yeah, just convince the companies to test the product, iterate on the design.
Yep.
Start small. and once it's profitable, once the results start showing up, the direction will automatically appear. The market will guide the process regarding what you need
I
to
think
fix.
the process would be like to make a product that's obviously not as good as the other the behemoths in the space, but something that works.
Yeah.
Most companies, they are not looking to go with the best of the best. They're obviously trying to cut costs, and that's where you're gonna try to sell them. And a lot of companies do tend to go that route in just saving costs. As long as your product works, they go for it. And with the money and investment you raise, of course, you keep working on the R&D, you keep working on improving that, and after that it's just branding and marketing and R&D. That's pretty much it. Like it's really simple, but in
It is
practical,
simple.
yeah, it is really simple, but in practice it's just really demanding.
Yeah. It is unbelievably simple. Always, the solution always comes out to be almost laughably simple. And the complexity is just the problem that one creates for himself. The things are never complex by design, by nature. All right. Yep, like this.
You might wanna bring it a bit here in the frame. I think once I'm done with all of these, I'm gonna bring in the dinosaur to speed up the process of just like assembly and or disassembly if needed.
Yeah, changing the topic a little bit to travel and tourism. I did ask the person about Everest Base Camp. So,
Everest Base Camp in Nepal.
yeah, in Nepal, but he has not explicitly stated the price yet. He's saying that there is a group going in April or May next year. So
Okay.
this sort of group hikes, so that will be a bit cheap. I don't know how many will be from our end. We might be maybe 4 or 5 people. We're not sure. But if we join a group trip, it can be, well, from the information I have from the internet, it can be anywhere from $800 to like $1,200,
Okay.
excluding the flight tickets. That will be as an extra charge. So I do not have a quote yet. I would like to follow up with him and get an exact quote, so that way I can share it with everyone, and we can decide.
Sounds good. Meanwhile, I think during winter time, Japan has like so many good spots that I wanna visit during winter time. The snow here is like some of the best in the world,
Yep.
and there are some just like random towns are like so beautiful even in like summer season, but is especially in winter season. And it snows a lot here in the northern areas, not a lot in Tokyo these years because of global warming and that stuff.
Yeah, the countryside in Japan is magical. It's really beautiful. As well as all the other countries. In terms of Canada, I really like the Banff region. I have watched videos of it for quite some time, ever since I was in university. What's the area? Vancouver. Yeah, in Vancouver, the Banff region in Vancouver.
Yeah.
That is Canada. I know some places in Europe as well. The Tour de Mont Blanc. There's many trails in US as well, which I've seen, and of course Kilimanjaro in Africa. It, I have a huge bucket list in terms of travel.
Yep. So once we get this channel rolling, there's gonna be a lot of travel content hopefully as well. It's just gonna be all over the place, to be honest. Like some days we're gonna be drawing, illustrating, some days we're gonna be doing design work, robotics, or sometimes action figures, and some days we're gonna be traveling. Yep. So
Yeah, just like we discussed early on with business, things will become clear as we go on with this channel as well. Of course, the direction will become clear, the rendering will become clear as we go on.
I think yesterday's live stream, if like once we are done with this, if the watch time stays on, it's a huge one. Maybe it was the biggest one ever since we like started like a week ago. So that's a big win for the week. And during this weekend, I think on Saturday, most probably we will also be doing a live stream. I can't say for sure for Sunday. In Quebec here, the temperature is crazy. It can be 24 degrees and the next day drop to 8 degrees. In winter, the temperature could go minus 30. Yep. The winters there are like really notorious.
Quebec is really beautiful. I don't know if you visited their national parks or any mountains over there. It's extremely beautiful place. The temperature is crazy. It can be 24 degrees and the next day drop to 8 degrees. Yeah, I can imagine.
Yep, like and that winters are some of the most notorious in terms of like
In
just
Quebec?
no general Canadian winters. There are like part of the whole the internet discourse and culture. Like they're pretty notorious. Yeah.
Canadian winters.
Yeah.
That's such a dream place to be at.
Yeah. During a winter time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
During the winter time.
It also gets really cold here, like in Japan during winter time. But
yeah, it does not snow much here in Tokyo. It does snow a lot in the villages, in the distant villages, but not here in Tokyo. But minus 30 is really crazy.
yeah.
That slows down life a lot, I would imagine. Really slows down the life. I think it's somewhat similar here in Hokkaido. With Hokkaido,
Yes,
temperature
like
drops
a lot of northern part, it gets really cold here in Japan
Yep.
as well. Yeah. But I think because of the language, like the Japanese language, it doesn't make it in the internet discourse
yeah.
because no one understands
Yeah.
what they're saying. Japanese society is like so cluttered in and niched because the language it's so difficult to learn, and compared to other languages in the world, it's like one of the most difficult language to learn. So most of the Japanese Discord and the Japanese internet, it tends to stay in a close circle within the country.
Yeah.
And Japanese people in general, from what I've seen at least, I don't know a lot of them. Mostly they're just uh, not bothered a lot by what's going on in the rest of the world in terms of like their everyday interests. They have their really niche anime culture, idol songs,
Yeah.
stuff like that. They're interested a lot in Korean culture and the K dramas and stuff like that, but they're not interested as much in the rest of the world. Of course, there are gonna be exceptions. I've met people in Japan that are
Yeah.
traveling all the time.
We've met exceptions, many of them.
Yep,
Yeah.
but mostly the culture is pretty relevant to the Japan only. Like the internet discourse and everything, mostly it tends to stay within the country.
Yeah, they have, so the game we saw today, and the one where
Yeah.
people play and then they, I think the text messages WhatsApp sort of a group, that was also another app associated with the game app. You know, in
Yeah.
Japan, it's pretty common to have multiple apps. So, for example, a bank, let's just say there's a mobile app for bank. It's very common for that bank to have 2 or 3 mobile apps. One for authentication, one for transaction, one where you can just view your transaction history. It's really it really
It's really
bugs us.
complicated.
Yeah, it really bugs us to have, why do you have 3 apps for the exact same product? But it's very common here in Japan apparently to have 2 or 3 apps
Yep. So
just for the same product.
So they don't do authentication in the same app for some reason, and then they have like totally different app to manage your bank accounts and stuff like that, and then they have totally different app to manage your cash card or credit card if you have from the bank,
Yeah.
and then they have a totally separate app.
For point cards,
Yeah, for
ranking up points.
for
Yeah.
point cards, and for the like the same version of that app from that card supplier or the card issuer, which is of course a separate company.
Yeah.
So you end up downloading 3 to 4 apps for just looking at your like bank account and
Yeah.
doing transactions
Yeah.
and stuff like
Yeah.
that.
And I don't know, but this is common in Japan. So I've seen some videos where people mention that Japan is really lacking in the software sector. Their software is really poor and they're really backwards in terms of software. And seeing these kinds of things, it does make sense. Yeah, their websites are not really optimized. Their designs are not really on par with the international, like US or European websites. As well as they have multiple mobile apps for one single application or one single bank or one single game. These sort of niche nuances about this culture I did not know before coming here. Obviously, once I got to see the market, how everything works here, I got to know
It's
about these
crazy
things.
to think these are the guys that invented Square Enix and
Yeah.
all those blockbuster
Yeah.
games.
But it's also one of the
Nintendo.
funny things. These are these sort of things or really niche things about a country you cannot just learn online. Things
Yeah.
that you come to see once you're in a certain market, exploring a certain market. You come to see that things are totally different here. The demand for things that you would initially make an assumption that there might be a demand for a certain thing here in Japan, but the things are totally opposite to that. For example, the one that we saw with humanoid,
Yeah. Yeah.
you would imagine that because of the robotics there's going to be demand of robots who can do it. However, because of a very specific culture, there is a demand which exists of a really niche product here.
Yeah.
So that's a pretty interesting thing about the market. You cannot really assume that a demand for a certain thing exists in the market. You have to go out, meet people, see the products and study the market. Solutions which you think are applicable in one country may not work in another country. May not.
Most of the times they
yeah,
don't.
most of the time they won't work in the other country.
This has started to turn more and more into like a business podcast. Dude, these past few days it has gotten really cold here in Japan as well. Yep. The weather's gonna keep changing throughout this month. Where are the bearings? I think most of them are in there. No, not the small ones, the ones that go inside of these cycloidal gears. I have no idea about those. Maybe you wanna check in there, or maybe you can check the new stuff we got. Maybe we will have more of them in there. Let me check. Where's that bag with the new stuff? It has to be lying around here somewhere, because we're putting together all the actuators. It's a good idea to now check everything before moving forward. There's some bearings here. Okay, so yep, that means we'll be unboxing these. We'll probably have enough bearings to move forward. Yeah, coming back to the lead time, these things arrived just like the day before yesterday. We're just unboxing these bearings. Without these, we could not move forward with the actuators. Yep, so if you have everything ready, and if you're willing to like sprint, if you have enough time, it's like 2:41 in the morning here for us, and we're still working on this project. And if you have everything ready, you can get it ready. I would say you can do the assembly in less than a week if you have everything available. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, but what we're struggling with the most is getting everything, sourcing everything. Okay, so that's a new record. We got the 3rd like on our video today. There we go. So we need to add a celebration emote. Yeah, since we started the live stream about 6 or 7 days ago, every day there has been something completely new that has happened. And in this live stream, for the very first time, we've gotten 3 likes, and that's a win. That's a win. That really keeps you going. Yep. Thank you so much to whoever is listening to us right now, and the person who dropped that live stream just now, the like on the live stream. What are the chances every now and then Asfan and Faraz, they drop in here, they watch the video? I think the chances are pretty high. Chances are good. Yeah. If by the way, Asfan or Faraz, if you're looking at this live stream, let us know how everything's going. I think quite a few people know about this channel, but they're not the exact kind of people that would be interested in this hardware robotics assembly. I don't. Yeah, maybe everyone's interested in everything, probably, sort of way. So like everyone is interested in robotics to some extent. That okay, what's going on? Yeah, I mean, yeah. Even when we were not actively involved in robotics projects, we love to see the videos, and we love to see
the projects that other people were building.
I have two more to go after this, and then I'm gonna join in with the assembly as well with the actuators, or yeah, I think we should get the 5010 ones ready as well.
Yeah,
so-
while you're at it, just sprint through all of them while you're at it. Then all of the rest of the live stream, maybe we can do a longer one today. We'll try to assemble all of the actuators. We just wanna end this task.
Yep, definitely.
So tomorrow is Thursday. Yeah. I believe that in time your videos will be viewed. You are the pioneer. I believe that you are the first to offer an online tutorial like this. I guess so.
Yeah, I guess so. Like that's really encouraging to hear.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess so. If like robotics ends up being a huge topic, we might get a few views. But I think most attention in this online, most of the attention goes to entertaining channels. I think robotics in general is a very small niche. Like people like you, us. It's a really small community of people that are willing to build, willing to put things together like this and experiment.
Yeah, but there's something interesting I will share with you here. I think that is generally how things naturally happen. Is that by the time someone discovers something, one is long past beyond that point, and one is doing great things. Maybe I don't know. Naturally, discovery comes late. The reason for that is that the person is doing these things just for the love of the. So it's not like we're making. Our YouTube channel is not even monetized. We're not making anything from it. It's just that something else besides money keeps us involved in these things, and we're doing these things because we genuinely enjoy making videos and tutorials and doing robotic stuff. So I think one is beyond the point of money or material gain or fame by the time he is discovered. I think
And then of course the monies and super chats start rolling
yeah,
in.
yeah, of course they do, and it's sort of an ironic thing that naturally money, fame, all of these things then start following you instead of you chasing them. So at this point, in all honesty, I wouldn't really even care if this channel is like not discovered or anything, because frankly we're just doing this at this point because we enjoy doing this, we enjoy sharing, and that's what keeps us going. If we were trying to make like trying actively to turn this channel into something very huge, it would be an uphill battle, and I don't think things tend to sustain very long periods of time in those pursuits. So art, craft, just doing something you genuinely enjoy, I think that keeps you going for a very long time.
Ali, I'm only gonna attach two M2 inserts because we don't need more than
Yeah,
that.
I think that sounded a bit confused. I don't think I was able to convey very. I was not able to articulate very well exactly what I was feeling, but yeah. To summarize the comment, that it could be, yeah. We cannot say for sure, but maybe someone discovers these our channel and videos maybe 5, 10, 7 years later, and by the time we are already um, working on
Something totally different.
our product of our own, or we've already moved to a completely different level. That's totally possible. Totally.
Right.
We do have some ideas. I personally do have some ideas of things and products I would like to see for myself created in the world. I would really want to work on them, but of course we're bootstrapping at the moment, so it will take us
Yeah.
a couple of years to get
Yeah,
there.
I think we can document that entire process as well
that's kind of what we're doing.
in the open source spirit.
One day we ourselves will look back on these videos and will be like, wow, we used to be there.
Yeah, most of the stuff we have learned, to be fair, is on the internet.
Yes.
So it's just like a bit of giving back to the community while documenting the process and just trying our best. So this channel is gonna be a, what do you call it, a
Diary.
diary, or an example of what happens when you just like enjoy the process and you try your best, because that's what we're trying to do here. We're documenting the process of us trying our best on documenting this stuff journey on YouTube and building this stuff and making cool products.
But what you mentioned in terms of you are the pioneer, I do genuinely have ideas that I would like to implement, I would like to work on, and they are our own original ideas, and we're passionate about creating them. Once again, not for money, just because we are passionate about those technologies existing. They do not exist yet. We would like to create them and offer them to the world. But one step at a time, I guess. We'll move to them for sure. All right.
I think the average view count or concurrent viewers in the live stream, it will increase by a lot during the holiday season, like in November, December. Generally, the views on these platforms go up. So I think more than two
Concurrent
little
viewers,
no, more than
the
two
two
emotes will be
oh,
working on the
that would be cool. That
Yeah.
would be really cool to see.
hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully.
Yep, that's a that will definitely attract a lot of Japanese audience.
Not Japanese, like overall a lot of audience.
Yep, like the anime culture, it has spread like a plague across the world. I'm also a part of that. I'm also like affected by that plague, but yes, those do get views.
Yeah.
That's a good idea for a humanoid too. Who knows what we're building? It might be for that purpose. Who knows? But generally, like my thoughts on this, the attention online is along the lines of no attention or fame is undeserved, but depending upon what you do, you tend to get those kinds of viewers, and some kinds of views and fame and attention is worth it, and some type of attention is not worth it, but no attention whatsoever on the internet is undeserved.
Yeah, exactly. In one or the other way, the person has deserved it.
Yep. But whether it's good attention or bad attention, that's up to the individual to decide, or whatever.
Yeah. Things are related to each other, and views on YouTube, or like YouTube is just one aspect of obviously the entire thing we're building, the kind of team we would like to have eventually, the kind of products we would like to build. YouTube is just one part of that journey, and so everything is connected. So you would ideally want to have people, or kind of an audience that that is very close to the vision of team or people you would like to have around you.
I mean, it generally like it works like gravity. It generally falls into place everything. Of course, anyone interested in a bikini robot won't be watching this live stream.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a pretty natural process. I think the on our end, or in terms of like a business, you can only work on your product, and of course you have to market it a bit, and then the universe kind of aligns.
Things do happen spontaneously. I think it would be good at marketing, but imagine in 10 years maybe humanoids will be more than realistic. I don't think there's a need to imagine it, because from what I know, in the Japanese market, the kind of products that are being built in terms of humanoids and realism,
Yeah.
I would say it's not about imagination. I think it's already happening, and in 10
Yeah.
years, it might be pretty common.
Yep.
Here, especially here in Japan.
Yeah, we've seen some robotics projects, here
quote
that
unquote robotics.
yeah, that have made us go like, okay, so this is why the birth rate is going down. But yeah, like there is a market being built around this stuff.
Yeah, especially in Japan, there is an appeal and demand for realism in humanoids, and those humanoids are not exactly like unitary or K-scale labs per se. They are different in a way. They're very like a clock watch. It's a very precise engineering, very small, so that way the proportions are, the tolerances are pretty tight. Focus is more so towards the realism, expressions, and beauty aspect of the robot.
Yep. So while you're working on supplying the motors, and the open source community is building the humanoids, the Japanese people are working on the cuteness, the appeal.
Yeah.
that kind of it. So everything is coming together for our ultimate doom of humanity.
This one snug it pretty neatly. Okay. This is a problem, getting these inside of them. Well, I'll just keep putting them aside. We'll
Yep. Once I'm done with this, I think I'm gonna have to. You don't have to put beading like we were doing earlier.
I'm not screwing them in at the moment. We'll
Yep.
see,
That's a good idea. Yeah.
I'll just attach the motor, so that way we just quickly keep finishing
Yep.
these.
Just attach motors to all of the ones I've prepared. Unbox the motors here in the camera.
Yeah. There's something so cool about having so many just parts lying around and just unboxing them.
Yeah, we have these parts and motors lying around our feet.
Yeah. In the lab.
The rest of the setup of lab is not really like good looking. Only like this table is also like a mess, and the lab is filled up with coffee cups because that's the fuel you need. It's not really healthy or efficient, but coffees and startups, they go hand in hand. There, in some other like startup circles, there might be some other things, but generally coffee. I think the voice is okay because earlier we in our early live streams we were using omnidirectional, so we were picking up voice from all directions, but that was introducing a lot of ambient noise in the live streams that was kind of annoying in a way. But now we've changed the setting of the mic to only pick voice from a certain direction. I think FPGAs are gonna get more and more common in the future, for sure. Like, especially, yeah, pretty much the next step after Arduino is, of course, FPGAs, and a lot of people are interested in that. And just like the hardware design, the hardware field has been made more and more accessible with Arduino. I think it's gonna happen with FPGAs as well. I would like to program one soon. Have you ordered one? No, I haven't ordered one.
You know what we can do? We can order one and we can maybe create 4 or 5 tutorials on it. Because there's gonna be a market for it.
Yep, we can try and do
as
that.
well as we'll get to learn and play with it. I think everything is
I
aligned.
think the basic codes are like really easy, but it's a very different field compared.
I would love to learn
Yeah.
them. Just order them tonight.
Will do. Maybe FPGA tutorials coming up soon. Now it's perfect. The music doesn't take up all the space for this type of video. It's perfect. That's awesome. Thank you, Reg. Your feedback helped us like put all the levels together in place. And if you say it's perfect, we're gonna trust you. I'm having difficulty finding the tweezer around here. Have you like grabbed it or?
This one?
No, the tweezer.
Ah.
I don't know if it's here. You'll have to find it. Let's try and count how many coffee cups I can grab from here, from being on my seat right now. One.
Yeah.
If you can this is the second one, but it's a cold latte and it's like wet at the moment, so I can't place it down there. But this is 2 and 3, 4, 5, and there I can see a bunch of cups lying around. But they're not in the range of my hands at the moment. But just from where I am sitting, of course, I have this amber cup as well and this cup as well. So if we add these two as well, 7. I have 7 coffee cups were in my range of range of my limbs from where I'm sitting at the moment, and I can see a few cups around the lab that I can't reach right now while sitting down. Okay, let's remove. I think we can make it a thing.
Counting coffee cups?
Yep, counting coffee cups.
And the comment section guesses how many coffee cups we have lying around today. The one that's close.
Yep. The one that's closest maybe wins something, or
Yeah,
maybe.
it's a lot of coffee. Here it's 14:03 p.m. What time is it now in your place? It's Reg. It's 3 3. Now it's 3 4 in the morning. Yeah, night time here. So close to sunrise. So yeah, like most of the time, I think we're gonna try and move our live streams early on in the day. Moving on. So almost like 9 hours earlier than now. That's what we're gonna try and do. If I can grab that green. Yep. So we're gonna try and move it a bit early on, but honestly, this is the time we are able to find these days. But we're gonna try and move it slightly early on in the day, and we'll see how that goes. If it works, that's gonna be like our official time. And also, like, from the analytics of my channel, that's when most viewers are also active on the platform. So I think it's gonna be convenient for viewers as well. So we're gonna try and move it, but the coffee cups are definitely gonna stay the same. The quantity will always be. I think I will always be able to grab 3 4 cups of coffee from where I am sitting in my lab, because we're mostly here working on projects most of the time. I have a startup idea. So we can make a humanoid robot in lab, and whenever you reach out to grab a cup of coffee, it just slaps you and hands you a apple or an orange juice instead. And it's allowed to bully you. It's allowed to, like, it can't let you grab that cup of coffee because it knows what's good for you. Yep. What's good for you is hard coded in that robot, and that's gonna be like a factory setting. You won't be able to change that coding.
Sounds like a maximally truth-seeking AI.
Yep. And so
Even-
it's gonna be good for your health and your well-being in the long run, but you might get bullied or slapped by the robot in the short term.
Yeah.
Maybe it might make you realize your mistake. And the funny thing is, the robot is gonna be slapping you with, it's gonna be this gripper arm. So it's not gonna be like 5 fingers or a hand. You'll be getting to feel sheer metal. So you'll definitely think twice before reaching out for that coffee cup.
We'll name it Bullybot.
Bullybot, open source, and people can contribute and add their own code to the robot.
Bullybot, bring discipline to your life via bullying.
Via bullying, sometimes you have to be harsh to make people realize what's good for them. The aspect a lot of people tend to miss in this huge progress in robotics and AI, I think a lot of people tend to overlook blockchain. And blockchain, at its core, without any of the shit coins or meme coins, it's a really unbelievably efficient technology, and
cool invention in terms of decentralized decision, decentralizing power, and it's a really impressive way that someone has made to make sure uh, democracy wins or majority voting wins. And it's a
I know some people who are working in the blockchain space, and it so this thing which I'm about to say does not really depend on the niche, but in general, the people who are working on the most exciting, most bleeding edge, cutting edge solutions in any domain is the ones who have been in that domain really in its depth for like 2 or 3 years. So they have a very good idea of what's already existing, where the gaps are, where the improvements can be, and they are innovating and building solutions around that. And just like AI, so like AI is obviously very hyped up. A lot of people are know about it or jumping into it, but blockchain is relatively less known as compared to that. There are actually practical problems that are being worked on in that niche, and there's companies that are being built and that are being sold and bought,
and
in
it
there.
always gets overlooked in this discussion of robotics and AI. I think
Yeah.
blockchain is like the third key component that we will we will start seeing more and more in our future, unless like something happens to USDT or you know I think at this point, even if like the creator of Bitcoin wakes up and he transfers, he does some shady stuff with his wallet, everything goes to dump. I think it's still a really cool technology, and it will be implemented.
New open source, new blockchains will pop up at
Yep.
this point.
Yep. So, I think the technology itself is
Yeah.
independent of Satoshi at the moment. Even now, there's a lot of like fluctuation in the market, and it's not it's mostly speculative, and most of the projects being built are just like pump and dump schemes. But there are some real world use cases that can be implemented using that technology.
Yeah, blockchain is a very interesting niche. It's one of those niches I have not spent a lot of time studying. Just like chip designing or really deep down embedded. Those are some things I want to look into, but I have not at the moment, just because of this bootstrapping and because of what the projects we're currently busy with. But blockchain is also one niche which I think goes pretty deep, and there are actual problems in there around which software engineers are building solutions around. But one needs to obviously have a good grasp on the domain and generally what's happening in there, as well as frankly speaking, just spending a lot of time building things, making and breaking software in there, till he has enough skill set to create to solve a really good problem and fill in the gap in the market.
So this is the last 6C12 actuator I'm inserting
M6
brass inserts in, and then we have like three 5010 actuators to go, and then I will also join in the assembly.
Awesome.
5010 should be like a piece of cake. 6C12, it's gonna take a little while, but nothing too complicated.
Yeah,
in
it's
that.
not that difficult as well. So we know some developers like Dry Back then, back when we were in touch, he was working in blockchain development. He went in there. I think he had a job as well in blockchain development, a part-time job.
Okay.
So I would love to get in touch with him again once we touch base. Meet with him even once we visit the country, and I would love to just have a chat with him about how blockchain space is going. So to discuss with someone who is actually working in the space.
Yep, I think a lot of the projects being built right now are like shallow, really shallow pump and dump schemes or communities, and I would assume most of the companies that hire employees, most of them will be working on a lot of shallow projects, and just like tech implementation, like wallet integrations, contracts,
Yeah.
doing working on stuff like that.
Yep.
The working with the ERC standard and implementing it, making a bridge between the front end and the back end, and that the crypto aspect of it.
So I
Most
have
of the
a-
projects are like that. I don't know. I think if there is someone that's really working on using this technology in a world changing sort of fashion, are gonna be the governments, and they're gonna be like, I think they're working on a decentralized, not like decentralized of course in that way, but a blockchain based lossless identification platform or something like that. There was a huge buzz with CBDCs
Yeah.
back in the day, and it is one technology that can, if it's used in the wrong way, it can have a lot of negative impact on the society as well.
Yeah. So I have a really good friend who has been working as an AI lead in a company for a while now, and we had a chat about his job and what he spends most of his time doing. So he told me that as a lead, most of his time is spent studying research papers. And he was like, it's not one of the things that he did much in university. It was initially a bit difficult to understand, to keep up to date with the oncoming papers and understand what's really going on, because it has a really niche terminology to it, specific to the domain, the artificial intelligence and deep learning domain. But with time it got better and better, and he was able to grasp and read papers. Within like 10 minutes he would be able to go through all of the paper and understand, okay, what's exactly being conveyed here. And that was where most of his time was being spent. It was an interesting thing I got to learn, that in software companies that are working on really innovative solutions in a field like AI, which is evolving, a lot of the work is just to keep up with the oncoming new breakthroughs, just to see how the solution that they're currently working on can be more perfected. How if there is a more efficient or simpler way of implementing some features or some aspects about the solution. So that was a pretty interesting thing I learned. I did not know that before speaking with him. It's sort of different from general software houses where you just have a project and you get the
Yeah.
scope of the project, and you give a timeline, and you have developers that are just what do you call it,
Sprints, they just like
stand-ups. Yeah,
Yeah.
they're just having stand-ups at the start of the day, and they're just building features, and the product is delivered. So sort of like a startup, the one that Chakor was doing with Bubble.
Yeah.
Yeah. However, a deep tech-based company, one that has their own product, they really do have to keep up with research, and because they're working at the bleeding edge of their field, whether it be design or AI or animation, whatever the field is, it has some linkage to technology, and there's a bleeding edge to it. So they're a lot of their job is keeping up with the latest breakthroughs, reading a lot of papers. Oh, I forgot how to put these together. It was, I think, like this.
Yep, but you first have to. Yeah, it's exactly like this, but first you have to insert those helical.
Yeah,
Gears.
that's why I was confused. Like
Yeah.
half of my mind was going into speaking and half of my mind was going into the assembly. My mind was half present.
When you use 50% of that brain, so to say. I think the next really good UFC event is gonna be definitely Islam versus. When is it happening? I think it was in October. I think, or
no,
maybe
November. I think it was in
November.
November.
That's quite ways away.
So like just like in terms of bootstrapping the startup, just like I mentioned, I would like to have a really good team eventually that is working with us on the lab. In terms of YouTube and these live streams, I would really want to improve the quality of this live stream overall, and I would like to have guests or friends or people who are just hacking and building the thing, and it would overall sort of improve the vibe of the.
Yeah, I don't know about guests, but we will try getting in touch with a few of them, and we will try to see
perhaps
if we can bring someone on. Because the another thing with this is, I've started to run out of these brass inserts.
M2 or M3?
M3. The M2 ones, I think we have a few of these in our lab, so we might manage that. But with the M3 ones,
I think we might need to visit the local hardware shop tomorrow. Or
yeah, but there are no brass inserts there. Well,
not even in Akihabara?
I don't think so. Nope, I don't think there are. And I'm not sure why we're running out of it, because everything should have been measured. I don't know why it's not coming together nicely, like in terms of quantity. Do we have you looked? Have you got any more packets for the brass inserts?
I don't think so. We have.
I'm gonna start saving them now. Then.
Yeah. Try saving them. We'll see if we can grab some extra tomorrow from some place.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm gonna have 8 separate for the video I'm gonna record tomorrow, so that
just separate them out here.
So yeah, then I don't think we have any more left then.
Not at all. Okay, let's just start assembling the actuators we have currently. We'll figure out something tomorrow.
Okay, just let me add the remaining ones we have over here. There might be a brass inserts packet that we might have not have unboxed.
Remember the bearing market in Pakistan, in Lahore?
The Branch Road.
The Branch Road bearing market.
Yeah.
That was a crazy place. So I think Pakistan in general, compared to Japan, has a lot of access to hardware materials. It's not that difficult to find. It's also much cheaper as compared to Japan, and manufacturing is indigenous to Pakistan. So like within Pakistan there are a lot of manufacturing small scale businesses. Unlike Japan, I don't think Japan has many indigenous manufacturing facilities.
I mean they have, but they're really niched down and they're mostly B2B.
Yeah, B2B. So they're not small scale commercially available.
Yeah.
Pakistan is different as compared to that, and
I think we're gonna have to I'm gonna have to look for more inserts somewhere. because we might be good with even the M3 inserts we have available. So this is the stuff from Funan, and of course it won't have any brass inserts in there. Let me put everything back in there. Let's try and look. Okay, so I think we might be able to use these I have lying around in the lab.
Are these M3?
Yeah, I think we should be able to use them judging by the design.
Can you try putting an M3 screw inside?
Let's. Yeah, so okay, so they're way bigger in size, but I don't think that should be an issue. I'm gonna try putting one over here.
I think that will definitely be an issue with 5010 because this part is a bit thin and it sort of shows from here. It sort of bulges out.
But yeah. Let's try inserting one over here and let's see how it goes. But with 5010, I think we're gonna have to be more careful. But every problem we've faced so far is
related to procurement of materials.
Yeah, every single one. I think it has gone in really nicely. Yep, so I think we can add the remaining at least on like 6 C12. I think we can add these.
I think if M3 screws
and I think this is the last one as well, so it's not that big of an issue, but we will have to measure everything for like the 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Yep, I think we'll have to measure and check our stock for the 5010 ones.
Alright, and this one is also almost complete. I'll just unbox the motor and attach it with the lower part of the actuator.
Yep, just because these are longer ones, I think even N3X55 will be able to grab onto these. Just because they're longer.
Oh, that's interesting. That would save us some screws. M6E12
I think so, yeah. And this is like the 4th or 5th time we have been saved on timeline because of the stuff lying around in the lab. And I used a lot of these in a project I worked early on, the Squid Games robot. If you've seen that video, I used a lot of these in that robot, and I had spare ones lying around and they came in handy today. Otherwise we would have we were gonna have to wait for more of these to arrive.
Yeah, man, I really wish we can finish all the actuators today, because after that we'll just be waiting for the PC to flash the code and calibrate the actuators, and even after that assembly will not, once the actuators are flashed and the orientation is correct, we have the CAN bus labeled as well as the
Yep.
actuators for arm and legs separately placed, left arm, left leg and right leg. It will not take too long, maybe 1 or 2 days. Assembly will not take a long time. Just these actuators, wiring, routing is the most time taking process, I think.
Yep, I think after that the only task we're left with after putting together these actuators is the soldering of motor wirings A, B and C.
Soldering of motor wirings A, B and
the
C.
windings in the motor, right, with the motor controller and the power connections for the motor controller.
Yeah, we also need the
But
power
that's
cord
like
connectors.
that's like a 1 hour job at max.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm done putting together all of these, and I'm gonna, while I'm at it, I'm also gonna get these finished as well. What do you say? Can I try like putting?
You can.
Let's try like.
Yeah,
At
you can.
first, we'll just destroy a single actuator. We will have to reprint it at the worst. Let's try and see. But I think it should work just fine.
M3X30 here. Put all of these back inside, and I'm just gonna attach the motor.
Yep. Another like really crazy thing to happen to this channel just a few days ago was Alex Berman just randomly commenting on a video.
Yeah.
That was like really strange
Yeah.
and crazy moment for us,
Yeah.
especially because we've been following him for such a long time now, and I could not have imagined in any world that Alex Berman would be interested in like a humanoid robot.
Yeah.
Or
So,
the video was specifically SMD soldering tips, and Alex Berman of all people
yeah.
like soldering tips.
So I've been listening to Alex Berman, not regularly, but I used to listen to him a lot when I was maybe around 6 years ago, 5 or 6 years ago. Back then I was quite into marketing, and his cold emailing, his approach was very good in terms of copywriting, and a very genuine approach to cold emailing, and I really enjoyed that. I learned a lot from him. And just a few days ago we saw his comment on our channel, and it was like a mind blown moment.
Yep, and it's also the first big YouTuber comment on our channel, the very
Yeah.
first one, and it was someone we used to look up to in a way, and someone we knew.
Yeah, it's funny how very small wins, and these wins are insignificant in of themselves, like a like or a comment or some big channel just reaching out and appreciating you. Very small and insignificant things, but they keep you going.
Yep.
Initially one would think that you would not need these things, you're just doing these things for passion and you just keep going, but these small wins along the way do genuinely excite you, and they help in a way to keep you going. Just like Speed mentioned in his interview that first it was just one person and it kept him going, then there were like 4, then there were like 10, and
Okay, this one is ruined.
just leave them. We'll gather them.
There's one over there next to the 3D printer.
You wanna you want me to
Yeah,
grab
yeah,
it?
just grab it. What time? It's like 3:30, right? Yesterday too, I think around this time we started getting more concurrent viewers. So, I think
Yeah, tomorrow I think tomorrow is gonna be a busy day because I would need to work on the other project we have as well.
oh,
That one. And we would also be going to the conference tomorrow probably.
oh yeah.
Yeah, and before the conference we can also maybe go to Akihabara to check some parts if we can grab some parts. We'll know tonight. But as well as of all the things I have to reply to the person who just sent us the email.
I think we can like reply to him right after this.
Yeah, right
live
after
stream.
this. So lots of other stuff happening as well. Once the actuators are ready and we have the assembly complete, we provide the robot to the software team for flashing. We'll have a lot of time with us to sprint on the other projects that we have. Connections. 1 2 3 3, so in total we
The
need around
average
7, yeah.
duration it's like about 160 minutes of watch time that we've gotten so far from this live stream, which is really interesting. Like our average watch time, it's like say 4 or 5 days ago it used to be a few seconds, and it's pretty interesting how it has grown to double digits over the past few days.
Yep. So there was a weekend where the views just kept ramping up,
Yep.
and we stopped the live stream, but they would just keep going. We had 50 plus views in just a few hours. So some days maybe it was because of the holidays and or weekend, but some days are in general very good. Some days are decent and nice.
I think we will be able to make it with all the brass
Inserts.
yeah, so these small ones I'm gonna put it in there.
Yeah.
So the this 3D printed part is safe, and the big ones I'm gonna be using on the rest of the parts.
By the way, we can calibrate the motor just like this. We do not need to finish the complete actuator. Just like we do have to solder the the encoder and the motor driver to this, as well as add the magnet over here. At this part, we need to add a magnet. But yeah, just with that we can calibrate the motor. We do not need to finish all of the actuator just like we did with these ones. So this is a fully assembled actuator. We haven't calibrated this yet, but it's not necessary to assemble all of the actuator just for calibration.
Yep, like and I don't think we should do that. Only like till the calibration point. After that, we can move on to like putting everything together.
Yeah, we can assemble pretty quickly. It won't take us a lot of time.
Yep.
Waiting on the calibration is what's taking most of the time at the moment.
Yep, I think a 100-watt solder would be much faster when putting in these brass inserts, but if you're working on this project, I would recommend definitely to put in all the brass inserts for all the actuator parts, because putting them together later on, it's putting the actuators together, it's comparatively easy and more fun compared to this inserting the brass nuts. It's this 40-watt solder, it takes a while to get them in there.
There we go. Another motor, almost half assembled. Another actuator, and we're gonna keep it this way for now. We're not gonna fully assemble it right now because we wanna create the connections and calibrate first of all before putting the whole assembly together. So I'm just gonna place this on the side as well, like this, and this part as well over here, and yep, there we go.
I think we can join the other part as well, right?
Which other part?
Like the one unit has motor attached to it, the other one has those gears and assembly in there, so we need to put together those as well.
Yep, we need, but it's difficult because sometimes it does not go in correctly.
Yeah,
So
I'm gonna
we'll
look
just
into it.
we'll do all of those together.
I'm gonna look into them in a bit.
Yeah, we'll do all of them just together. At first, just the basic assembly. I am finishing just the basic one.
The machine they showed in their like open source videos, the team, Berkeley team, it looked really convenient for putting together, putting these brass inserts in their positions.
Yeah,
So you might want to grab that machine if you're like putting together stuff in your lab.
yeah, it's just a lot of actuators. So with one actuator, it does not take a lot of time, but with 22 actuators in total, it's a repetitive process, and you have to insert a lot of brass inserts for each one of them. So that's one thing about it that just takes time.
Yep, it takes a lot of time, but it's not like complicated or difficult or anything.
Yeah,
like
not
that.
at all.
It's just repetitive. I think we're gonna be short on two M3 inserts that are the right size for this actuator 5010. But I'm really surprised. Did the quantity we mentioned was for the order, was it like not enough?
I don't know. It should be enough, of course.
So once we have put together all of these actuators, I think the next step is of course the calibration, and then we'll have to look into wiring and routing all the power connections, power cables, and all the CAN signal wires.
Yeah, in the meantime, while the PC is arriving, we can make sure to solder the connections, and also we can make sure to look into the calibration part so we know exactly what to do once the PC arrives.
Yeah.
So we have everything ready, set up, and just set up all of the actuators one by one, flash the code to them, and maybe on a live stream, because we'll have everything set up, we'll know exactly what steps to follow.
Yeah, I think that will be a good day to add the desktop screen as well in the live stream.
Yeah.
To kind of show the code we're running or the debugging we're doing.
Yep.
That can be a good, interesting idea. An interesting addition to the to the screens we've got. Okay, so this is done. While I'm at it, I'm also gonna insert the M2 screws in there as well, the inserts.
I think one of the videos I would like to make after our assembly is complete would be the mistakes to avoid. Berkeley Humanoid building Berkeley Humanoid Light, mistakes to avoid.
Yeah,
And we can maybe share our experience in terms of, for example, some of the parts are missing, some of
Yeah.
the parts have different length. Common mistakes, so that way a person, if they're sometimes looking to build this robot in the
Yep.
near future, they can, as well as especially we'll mention our biggest issue or setback, which was sourcing materials in the right quantity in advance.
Yep.
Very much in advance. It's really good that these parts arrive as
Yep.
soon as possible.
We're almost heading in three or territory with the live stream, which I think we're almost done. We're taking it a bit slow today with the assembly and kind of enjoying the process, but because we know we have to wait for the PC and it's gonna take a while for it to arrive. Until then, there's like nothing more we can do with these actuators that we put together. Well, technically we can still make them work using a Raspberry Pi, but it's a lot of swimming against the current. We will have to play around with the libraries that are specifically built for a different architecture than what Raspberry Pi operates on, and I don't think that's worth it. I think we should simply wait for the right architecture computer to arrive and we can just plug and play, and during that time we can just focus on the remaining projects that we're doing at the moment. I'm gonna push this to a side.
Where are the spacers?
Spacers,
They're inside here.
I think we have a lot of them over here as well. Oh no, yeah, just one. I think you grab the rest of them. I think this one is here. It's so crazy how much useful 3D printing is. We're even using like 3D printed washers in this design, which is really interesting to see. It's you should move it a bit to this side, so it's like in the camera.
Okay, so all of the spacers are added. I'll add the second layer of bearings now. I think there's a pretty chilly and cold wind going about outside.
Yeah, wasn't there gonna be like a typhoon this week? Yep, it's probably that.
Yeah, typhoons have maybe I'm not sure.
I mean, the weather forecast early was showing rain for pretty much the rest of the week.
Yeah.
So I think we're gonna have a typhoon here. I did not look into any of the stream settings. You know, you have to kind of set your resolution, your baud rate, everything, but I never looked into it. But the default settings, they seem to be excellent. I've seen the live stream again, and the quality wise, I think it's really really good.
Yeah. So in the Discord of Berkeley Humanoid Robot Light, Berkeley Humanoid Light Discord community, there was one person who had mentioned that the PLA tends to melt when the motor is under a lot of torque and a lot of speed. So once the motor is, if there's a lot of load, maybe if it's under a lot of torque, the PLS specifically, he mentioned these parts. So the cycloidal gears.
That's really interesting. I
Yeah, specifically
I don't know how
these
much
parts,
heat
the
the motor produces, but
teeth of the cycloidal gear, they do tend to melt at a really high torque application. He had it mentioned in the Discord, as well as he shared some images of the parts which were malfunctioned because of the excessive heat. I personally did not think that for light operations there would be an issue, but I don't know what kind of stress testing he put the robot through. They had some stress tests set up as well, so I'm pretty sure they were testing the limits of the robot, not a normal everyday operation.
and in that case, I think ABS is the way to go.
Yeah.
If heat has started to become an issue, and more venting mechanisms for that heat to dissipate.
Yep.
And these parts, they don't even take that long to print. So if you have a 3D printer in your lab, you can just spin up another print and it's gonna be done pretty quickly.
Yep. I would need a few more of these bearings.
I don't know whether there are, to be honest. Are those ones, the blue ones, are they for? What are like they for? I haven't seen them.
They're on the body, for the body.
Okay, that's why I haven't seen them used anywhere. Are we like seriously running out of bearings at this point as well?
We might be.
Can you look at the bill of materials again, just to make sure that if we have them or not? Because I think if we, especially with the last batch we got, everything should be there.
There were some packs of bearings here earlier. I don't know if we moved them or what.
I think we've been using them left and right to put in all these actuators. I think there's a good chance we might have ran out of them. But did you unbox everything we received from the latest package?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, we might have more bearings in there. You might want to have a look at them.
Where's the latest pack?
I don't know, it's supposed to be somewhere over there, I think. Somewhere over there.
Oh, there's these bearings. I think, yeah, there's one here.
Yep, these are the ones. Taskata. There are like so many bearings in the project that it's for a while there our lab was just full of bearings everywhere, and we have used up most of those bearings in these actuators, but we still have like a tray full of new bearings. If you can grab that.
Yeah.
Yep, so
This
the-
one and these bearings as well. All of these are bearings. Anyways, we'll continue the assembly.
I am almost done with this one, and after that it's just 15010, and then I'll also be joining in assembly.
Okay. 3. This will be the fourth one, and I think 3 more will remain. 1, 2, 3. Yeah.
Oh man, it's gonna be difficult going to the combini after this.
Yeah, I think there's a typhoon coming outside.
Since we've started doing this live stream, the stats have really gone up across the board for the channel, and it's really exciting to see every day the.
Who would have imagined? By the
Yeah.
way, we were early on. We were planning on creating these really entertaining videos that would end up taking like months. The production quality was really good, so it would end up taking months just to build one video.
Yep.
Who would have thought we would randomly stumble upon some random live stream sessions
Yep.
that would end up impacting the channel so much and bringing so much discovery
Yep.
and exposure to the channel.
Yep. It's really crazy how you get clarity by like trying, but you tend to delay that trying
Yeah.
almost indefinitely. Like at this point, one way or the other, I've thought about doing live streams for many years now, but for one reason or the other, sometimes you tend to think you're busy, sometimes you tend to think your content is not exactly the kind of content
Someone would
Suitable
be
for live
interested in
streams?
watching, yeah. Someone, you tend to think that the content you're making is not something someone would be interested in, or all of that, just thoughts in the mind. But you really do get clarity only once you have actually started working on the thing.
Yep, and that's the part humans they tend to delay the most, especially in my case. In my experience, I've been thinking of doing this for a really long time now. But yeah, it's really exciting to see, and those high production value videos we mentioned, we're still gonna be doing that, and hopefully we're trying some new things, and the timeline for those videos, hopefully we can also try and reduce that, try and push out more content that's high production value. So yeah, I'm really excited for the future of what we're doing here on this channel these days. I'm really
Yep.
excited, looking forward to
Same here.
making
Same
more
here.
content. Yeah.
Same here. Things are always pretty simple at the end, really simple. And even with this live stream or what we're doing, I really do not have any expectations of where we'll end up or how this channel will proceed or where we'll go. But what one does know is that it's important to just keep creating, keep showing up every now
Yeah.
and then. With everything one's doing, it's the same with every niche one's doing, and things just do somehow, some way end up working.
Yep. Yep.
And at the end of the day, it's just pretty simple. Keep at it. Persistence and consistency and patience. Another one done. Now I'm gonna attach motor with this part as well. So bring this here. Here's another motor to unbox. Just
Okay, this is the last one I'm working on right now, and after that we're gonna rush through the assembly part for all of these actuators that are remaining, and then we're just gonna wait for the PC to arrive. And whenever we get that PC, whenever we get a hold of that, just soldering is also remaining. Yeah, but I don't think it's way less time consuming compared to this.
yeah, so Reg has asked how many motors you have to mount like this in total. 23. It's 22 actuators in total, so 22 motors. And if you go to Berkeley Humanoid Light docs, their documentation, they have mentioned all the bill of materials. So they have mentioned how many M6 C12 actuators you need. These are the big BLDC motors. They're slightly bigger size. In fact, I can even showcase you the size difference right here. I'll bring the actuator. Um, you can see over here, the bigger one is M6C12 and the smaller one is 5010. So this is M6C12 actuator, this one is 5010 actuator. Both are BLDC motors. The assembly of both of them is pretty much similar. Motor driver is similar, encoder is similar, everything is similar, just the size is different. And there's 22 actuators in total, combining both of these. In total 22 actuators. If you go to the Berkeley Humanoid Light docs, the documentation, you can see the bill of materials and detailed list of parts. I'm just gonna place these here once again. So with this one as well, I'm gonna unbox this and attach it to the lower part.
Yeah, you should bring them a bit more closer in here.
Alright, these are the ones I need, and then these are the ones I need. Okay, and then for the upper part I would need this slightly longer one. No, not this one, these ones. I think
It's about $300 each when completed with the actuator. Yeah, I think the price for the 3D printed parts, it's you can almost consider it negligible. I don't know if it's exactly like pennies or perhaps dollars, but I highly doubt that. The cost for like 3D printing printed in terms of electricity, it's negligible, and in terms of filament, it's very cheap. Even if you get it from a really good brand like Bamboo Labs, it's pretty cheap, and the electricity cost, it's next to nothing. And then what else like goes in actuators? It's yeah, you need encoders, you need motor controllers, you have to add the price for those as well. So one actuator would require, I'm not adding in any cost for soldering or solder wire or anything like that because it's almost negligible, but one actuator has the, of course, the BLDC motor in there. It has this motor controller and the encoder, so that's like the bulk of the cost per actuator.
In dollars, how much is one filament?
It's like I think it's almost 1800 yen if you buy in bulk.
Alright, just let me quickly do the maths. I don't think it's that cheap. It's like
No, I mean it's expensive if you are buying like only like one or two spools. If you buy in bulk, it gets pretty cheap.
Alright, so I'm gonna be doing this in terms of US dollars. So around 3D printing, consider it almost negligible, just around $2 or $3 just for each actuator if you buy the filament in bulk, and the bulk of the cost is just the actuator, and add maybe around just
The motor controller, and the encoder. So that's the
the bulk of the cost is just the motor. The encoder, even encoder is not that expensive, I think.
but you have to like, I mean, add, otherwise if you keep
Here in Canada, it's $150 approximately. Oh, then you're pretty good. Yeah. Just let me quickly confirm the motor driver cost. It's 501.
I think motor controllers were shipped to us from USA, I think.
Yeah.
I'm not certain of that though, but I'm pretty sure they were shipped from USA.
Just a second, let me take a look at the motor driver.
In terms of working on projects like
Yeah,
this,
it's 3,000 yen. Not very. Yeah, so I think very easily you can cover it in $300 each. Very easily. I think it will be less than $300 for each actuator. If 150 Canadian dollars just for the motor, I think around 250 maximum. I think you'll have one actuator ready in that. So in their documentation in the Berkeley Humanoid docs, they have mentioned that the all of the parts cost less than $5,000. So that's their estimate. So I guess if you want to make a rough estimate of the entire bill of materials, you can around $5,000 is roughly a good estimate.
For the hardware parts, like these brass nuts and these brass inserts, and the screws and those kinds of things, for us they are way more cheap when sourcing from China.
Yep.
From websites like Temu, but because we were in a bit of a rush when building this, we are sourcing most of our hardware parts from Japan as well, and they're really expensive here compared to China or Pakistan or other places. They're really expensive here in Japan.
Yeah, but that's where your business comes in. You're creating indigenous or local BLDC motors. So yeah, those kind of things are very good for a local market or a country to have locally in there. I don't know much about Canada, but the countries that I know about, even in Pakistan or even here in Japan or China, they have these industrial zones or industrial areas. Even in Dubai, where there's a lot of hardware or industrial machinery or manufacturing, very much. What would you say it? Clustered together in a certain area, so it's kind of like an industrial zone.
Integrated, closely integrated.
Yeah, closely integrated.
It's a very poor version of what like the hardware side is in China, what the hardware industry in China looks like, but it's a lot of these countries, they do tend to have industrial zones close together where it's okay to work past like the standard working hours, and there are I mean, it also has a lot of the noise pollution and other kinds of pollution as well, so it's generally built away from societies or residential areas.
So I saw the Berkeley video, but it's a little different and it's made of aluminum. I'm scared to invest. It's why it would be great to see a robot working with these motors. All right.
The Berkeley one, is it made from like aluminum?
Now I don't know which Berkeley video you are referring to, because I have not seen any Berkeley video with an aluminum.
I mean, they
robot.
have aluminum profiles in there. To be fair, but it's almost negligible.
But no, just to clarify, by aluminum, do you mean the whole robot is built with aluminum, or just these aluminum profiles, which I'll show you right now? So these are in fact part of the robot. These aluminum profiles, they just make up a very loose skeleton of the robot. But the entire robot, I don't think it's built out of aluminum. It's just 3D printed. That's part of the reason why it's very cheap. Aluminum would add a lot to the cost. By a lot, it's a lot.
Yeah.
So
I don't think.
I think just the rough or loose skeleton is made of aluminum profile. The rest is just 3D printed. And you're scared to invest. It's why it would be great to see our robot walking with these motors. Yeah, once again, I would love to stay in touch and keep you updated with the project as it goes along, but we might not be able to finish a walking sequence of the robot on this channel.
The initial goal for this robot is, of course, we're going to be putting together the lower body of the robot, but the initial task we have assigned for this robot, we have planned for this robot, it only uses the hands of the robot.
Yeah.
So we're only gonna have.
So this robot is specifically being designed keeping a use case in mind, which involves its upper body primarily, not lower body. Obviously, lower body training is going to be important as well later on. However,
Yeah, but the primary training and the bulk of our focus right now is only gonna be on the upper body.
on the upper body, as well as the software team at a different location is gonna be looking into it and sprinting for it. So it might not be available by that time on our lab, and so we might not be directly able to share the updates or live stream it on YouTube. But yeah, we would love to stay in touch and just share updates with you if you would like to see how the robot is going along later on. It will be fully assembled on this live stream. So the assembly will be done. You will be able to see, hopefully in the coming 2 or 3 live streams, the robot will be assembled, and we'll show it here on the live stream, fully assembled robot. But the motors will not be working at that point. We will not have uploaded the policies that we would like the software team to take care of, because we'll be busy with a few other projects as well. But in terms of your I think that there's I wouldn't say a lot of community, like really a lot of community, but there's definitely some community around it which are working on this robot and making it walk, training different policies for it. And at this point the project is in pretty initial stages. It does not have a very wide range of support. It does not have like a marketplace of policies where people have trained some simulations which you can run onto the robot. And so that's why it's sort of a leap of faith as well, whereby you would have to take charge and yourself train the robot in simulation in sim2real, which they have provided to make it walk.
Yep, and also if you're concerned about the structural integrity of the robot, it's pretty amazing as it is that this robot is able to walk around and move in their video by only using PLA. We do have options in 3D printing for much stronger filaments. I think the best one in terms of strength would be ABS, and if the robot is able to walk around and move in their demo video only by using PLA, I think ABS would be a pretty solid bet in terms of the strength of the robot.
Yeah. By the way, Reg, if you've gone over their documentation, because you mentioned you already saw their video, I would recommend joining their Discord channel as well. There's a lot of really amazing developers and people who are working on the robot in there, and they're building their robot. They're sharing their progress. You'll get to learn a lot about what's actually happening with this robot, what kind of results they're producing by being in that
And
Discord.
also in terms of mindset, I would like to add that this robot is pretty fantastic in what it allows you to do in terms of prototyping. So the whatever final product or final robot you would end up building, it's of course gonna be made of aluminum, metals, a really solid body. It won't be walking around with 3D printed parts. So this gives you a endless freedom in terms of testing and training different policies for the robot. And if any 3D printed parts break or something, they take just few hours to print again, and the cost is almost negligible. So you can do a lot of research and development on this robot without spending a lot of money. And once you have all the policies and everything dialed in, you can make a industrial design for this robot that's much more robust and for the real world use cases. There we go. The progress is coming along good. Our goal was to have almost all of the actuators ready by tonight, and I think we have. We do have we have almost finished all of the M6012 actuators for legs. Obviously, we want to leave the last one for tutorial, and those will be done pretty quickly as well. Yeah. Okay, this one also done. This one also done. I think I'm done. Yeah, putting in these brass inserts. I think everything is ready and good to go. I just let me add more M2 ones over here as well. I was scared that we might run out of those, but the extra stuff we had lying around in the lab, it really came in handy. It's a huge clutch, and I think we're done with M3 inserts. So by the end of this live stream, we're gonna have all the actuators except for one, which I'm gonna make a tutorial with later on, and yeah, but we'll be done with the actuators in the robot. Of course, with the soldering of the motor controllers, I already did it in yesterday's live stream. So all the motor controllers for the lower part of the robot's body and the upper part as well are ready. We only have to solder the windings over here for all the motor controllers, and the power cables on this motor controller, and it's a much easier task compared to putting together this in terms of time. It's not gonna be take long to do that. So yeah, once we've put together these assembles and soldered those controllers, we're only gonna be waiting on the computer, and once that arrives, we're gonna test all these actuators and start putting the body of the robot in place. In terms of making a playlist for everything, I'm waiting to just make sure these actuators are working perfectly. I'm pretty confident with the soldering and everything connections we've made so far, but I am just waiting for these actuators to start working. So whatever I publish in that what do you call it, the playlist? YouTube playlist, it's like final and everything's vetted before making it live, and I think people will be looking at that live stream, so it's a good idea to double check everything before putting everything in the playlist.
Double check what?
That all the connections we've made so far, they work. All the the soldering we've done, it's stable and everything. Okay, so you can remove that the solder iron wire from there. We're done with the soldering, and now we're just gonna be rushing through putting these together. Let me place it to a safe place. Seems good. All right, so let's let's move. Okay, so let's decide. This one is gonna go for the YouTube tutorial. So I'm gonna move this to a side, and I'm gonna record a tutorial on it tomorrow sometime and upload it hopefully tomorrow. Yep, and let's bring in the all the remaining parts. I've already uploaded a video in the 5010. I've put it together by using hot glue, but I didn't mention that it's not the most ideal way to approach it.
Some of these are have issues. They're not flexible. The ones that we got from the other 3D printer.
Why are why is there no like in here?
Just put
Is
it.
this like an
just
extra?
Put it aside. It could be. We'll just.
I think so.
Yeah, we can do it off of live stream. Just
Okay, now I want to grab these as well. Let's like unbox a bunch of these bearings because we're gonna be putting together everything. So let's move this to a side. Let's try bringing the camera over here, and we're gonna be unboxing a bunch of these bearings as well. Yep, let's unbox everything.
I'm just grabbing parts from left, right, just to try to find parts which actually fit.
Yep, I'm gonna need those washers, 3D printed washers here in a while.
Okay, you can grab from here.
Okay. I think we have to do some hammering in for these bearings as well. Just because they're not sitting in
These
their
are
place.
very strange parts. They're very tight.
Yeah, it's the same for this one as well. I think this 3D printing is not the best. Yep. So yeah, we never had to do hammering for an actuator before. So these 3D printed parts,
Yeah.
they didn't turn out to be the best.
Yeah.
They were printed on a separate printer. So the ones we put together early on, they were on a Bamboo Labs Carbon X1 Pro, and these ones that we're struggling with a bit, these were printed on a Bamboo Labs P1S, and I think both of them are sort of the flagship models, and I can't say if one is better than the other. I don't know what differences there are exactly, but these 3D prints, they are a bit difficult to deal with, to handle.
Yeah.
Let's go. So yep, these parts, they look really beautiful when put together. I know I've said that a million times, I know, but they look really beautiful. Okay, let's put it to a side, and at this point I'm just grabbing stuff from the other actuators here and there.
It's
It's
fine.
like random. because we have a really good idea of what parts go where. How many of these do we have?
We have many.
Okay, okay. Thankfully.
1, 2, 3, 4. You should save 2 of these for the tutorial.
Yep.
And
So
I
I'm
think-
just gonna put them back in there, and I'm gonna
Yeah.
let's close the lid.
I don't know if we have many others. Yeah, I don't
Come on,
know.
we need one more, at least one more. Of
Heck yeah.
no, man. We cannot be running out of bearings at this point, man. I really hate this material gathering part.
Come to think of it, we've had to close a few of our live streams just because of the lack of parts.
Yep.
Just because we did not have any parts to move
And
forward.
here we are talking once again about not having all the materials. Okay, I think it's nicely tucked in there. We need to there was this dude the other day in our live stream chat who was also in IoT, and I recommended him Berserk. I wonder if he's reading that. Yeah. But I don't think we should be like recommending everyone.
Yeah,
Yeah. It's
true.
it's not like a good read for everyone. I think so.
Yeah.
I wonder.
Yeah, there was a guy in chat earlier in the early live stream who was building small companion sort of robot, a very small, uh, the length of a hand, maybe, or even smaller than that. So very small and precise companion robot. And there's many YouTube videos about that, and it's a pretty cool robot project. We had a discussion about that for a while.
Do we only have like 2 more of these bearings, so we can only assemble one more.
Actuator is like 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the 5th one, and just assemble the 6th one. There's 7 in total. Assemble the 6 MC612 actuator.
How many were we gonna assemble today?
I think 7 in total. No, 6.
No, I don't think there were 7. There were 7 of one, like 6.
Yeah. In total, 7 plus 5, 12. We were supposed
Then
to do
I don't
12.
think we have enough for 12 of bearings.
Once you're done with this one, take a look around the room. Try to see if we can find any. bearings.
Yeah, yep, because we definitely should have those bearings lying around somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, if the bill of material is complete, then we should have the bearings.
Yeah, for sure. Yep, the 50101s, they sit in much nicer compared to the other ones. The 6E12 ones, they're just like a mess to insert in the gear threads.
I wonder what kind of a different size makes, because so far we've almost have had problem with all of the MC612 actuators, but the 50101s we've had no problem at all, almost. So the size definitely makes a difference. I wonder why though, because in terms of dimensions and the shape, both actuators are pretty much similar.
Yep, it's perfect. It went in there perfectly, and yeah, I think. So for the 5010, do we need like a 25 M3X 25 or M3X 30? Which ones are there for this?
M3X 25.
25. I think these ones are 25. Right. I am gonna grab dinosaur because yep, it takes a long while to like.
So the M6U12 actuators have some issue while assembling the lower part of the actuators, one part of the actuator. It's sort of an I wouldn't say exactly mechanical or repetitive, but it's sort of an intuitive way you have to snug in the components together. They usually do not fit in every time. You have to rotate the cycloidal gear teeth, and you have to just iterate and attempt to snug it inside of the design.
We have a wired dinosaur this time around. Let's try and see how this goes. It's really loud. And where are the modules or the heads?
I think they're inside of the drawer.
Which drawer?
The one.
Okay. Yep. Gotcha. This one's really powerful. It's trying to like rotate the whole. It's it's but it works. It works. I think is it like cool for them to be like pointing out of here?
Yeah, it's fine. There's no issue. What's the? Oh, okay. Yeah, it's fine. There's no issue.
Were like all 5010 ones like this or like
Yeah, they're a little bit out. It's fine. There's no issue.
I don't think it's supposed. Yeah. Like I think. No, I think I'm probably using the longer ones. If I
You need to use M60 25. You're using the 30 ones, I think.
I don't. I think both of these are the same size.
Nope.
No.
No.
So yeah, I'm definitely using the wrong ones then. Where's the vernier?
I have it written down over here.
Yeah, so this one is 25, right? I
This
was
one
using
is
this
30.
one.
This one is 30.
This one is 30?
Yeah, this is 30.
So there are some 25 ones in here.
It could be. You can have a vernier if you want to.
Yep.
Or just grab many
I
of them.
think
and
these ones are 25, no?
Yeah,
Yeah,
25.
these are the right ones. So I was using the wrong ones. See how quick and easy it is to do it by using this dinosaur thing.
This.
Mm.
And
Another reason you want to use something ideally not as powerful as this one, it might end up destroying the 3D print, but 3D printed parts sometimes they have these supports or loose filament structures, and so the channel for this screw is blocked. So it's gonna be really difficult getting a screw in there by only using your hand. So that's why I recommend using this machine, but not a really powerful one because it's really easy to overdo. These screws they do tend to make their path through 3D print real fast when you force them, and you don't want to ruin your 3D printed parts. Okay, so I'm done with this one, and now I'm gonna attach the motor for this. I think this is for the 6012 one. I'm gonna attach a motor over here, so we're gonna unbox a brand new motor to use on this part. So we're gonna do a fresh 5010 motor unboxing. Let's remove this.
we've unboxed many motors on this live stream, just one after the other.
But this one is special. This is the first 5010 we're unboxing in our 7th live stream. So it's not like the rest of the motors.
Yeah, this is the first 5010 in our 7th live stream.
Yep. Nothing against those other ones, but this one is special. It's a special one. Ta-da! Gonna put it over here, and we're gonna need these screws to fasten it. I'm gonna put the box to a side. Let's put it somewhere around here, because why not? I'm gonna unbox this. I think today's live stream is gonna go in the 4-hour time time window if we are able to find more of these beatings.
Yeah, it might be our longest live stream.
No, I think we have done like
We have done 4 hours.
I think so, yeah.
Interesting.
I think so.
Interesting. But I'm glad with the progress today. We have made a good sprint today, and there's good progress. All of these 3D printed parts were just lying around. Parts of the actuator and the motors were just lying around waiting to be assembled, and we finally put that task before us. That's good progress. I think it will be a very good idea after today's live stream to just clean the table a little bit, put all of the actuators over here and take a screenshot. Be a good idea. Alright.
How do, yeah, so we're gonna attach it on the bottom over here. Yeah, I think we can assemble all the actuators and we can make a YouTube post as well. So
Yeah, that would be fun.
yeah, because the last post I made in YouTube was like when I was building the custom PCB.
Just make the post, man. Today, just make the post. Like we have as much as we can put out there.
Yep. Okay, I'm gonna need to separate these, and I think
Is this the last MC612 actuator?
Which one?
This one.
No, so I have safely secured one away.
Alright,
That's
so-
like 6012, right?
Alright, so this is the last one I'm gonna be assembling for this live stream. We have then all of these are assembled M6012 actuators. The last one we have for the tutorial video, which we'll do tomorrow. So we'll assemble that off the live stream, and we'll put up a tutorial video on the channel. So for this live stream, this is the last one. So let's just quickly finish this one as well. I am using the last 2 bearings for this one.
Those ones we have 2 more over here, so
Okay.
I'm gonna be using those in 5010. The next one we're gonna be building.
Okay.
So I think it will be a good idea to count everything. We have all the actuators we have going on. We have assembled so far, so I don't think the BOM is short by 2 bearings. Most certainly not.
Yeah, most certainly not.
So I think we printed some extra 5010 parts, and I think we're like a bit confused
Yeah,
with the total quantity.
We did print extra 5010 parts. I have printed extra parts for 5010.
But I'm not sure how many we've assembled so far, and that's gonna be like the final decider. I'm gonna I'm gonna have to use a dinosaur here as well to fasten these. Yep, we're gonna use the dinosaur here on this. I'm gonna grab something to eat after this.
Yeah, likewise. Same.
I'm gonna grab some late night snacks or something.
Late night or early morning?
Early
By this
morning,
point,
late night, whatever.
it is almost early morning at this point. We're gonna have a sunrise pretty soon, and it's most likely gonna be a pretty stormy sunrise, judging by the weather outside. There's a lot of wind. So I'll just grab some of these spacers.
So this one is done. Another actuator is finished, and I think once we insert the hex insert in there, it should be like really easy to align everything and get it working. So something's a bit off with this one. I don't know exactly what's off here, but it's not like going all the way in there, even though we don't have any hex stand yet. Why is it not sitting all the way? Can you
Why is what not sit? They're snugged in tight.
I think so. They're like
They're also snugged in tight.
is the motor supposed to be like a bit off from the platform? How?
What?
Yes, it's a bit off.
Yeah. And then just these two parts.
But they're not like.
They are flush because there's gonna be a part here as well. Remember?
Okay, yeah.
So it's pretty much flush,
so
yeah.
That's why I was confused too. I forgot to attach these parts. It's getting late, guys. It's getting late. We're imagining things. I'm gonna put this over here. Like so. Okay, so yep, now it's ready. So, and it's perfectly flush now, as you can see over here. Wow. And yep, best one I've made in all these live streams. Like it's pretty much up there. Okay, so let's put it on the side here and move on to the next one. This is probably gonna be the last one, the last 5010. If we do have to somehow find one more of this beading from somewhere, but I don't know if we'll be able to find one today. Maybe we will have this lying around somewhere in the lab, or maybe not. Maybe we already have finished all the actuators and we're just imagining stuff at this point. We've got 3 concurrent viewers right now. Wow.
I think this has been the longest there's been so many concurrent viewers.
Yeah, I think so too. And yesterday as well, at this point there were like
6, around 5 or 6, right?
Yep, 5 or 6 was like the peak, but 3 concurrent viewers was like constant at this
time
around yesterday. Yeah, so this I think people are subscribers, or most probably subscribers are like active at this time, that are interested in this kind of geeky and nerdy stuff. But tomorrow we're gonna try moving the live stream a bit early.
There's something I would like to take care of moving forward with these live streams. Obviously, one step at a time. Eventually, in time, is that there's a lot of live streams on YouTube where there someone's just coding or building things, and it's very monotonous and very
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
similar in a way. So
yeah.
there it would be a really good thing to find some unique version of, just like we have this right here.
Yeah.
The avatars at the bottom, that's one very unique aspect, as well as some other unique thing about the live stream to make it really unique and fun in some way, whereby it's enjoyable as well as unique and different. I would not want to sort of blend in or keep it similar and monotonous.
Yep, and
that's-
I'm really shocked by the fact that a lot of time, most of the times, people are not even talking in their live streams. Like it's just like lo-fi, chill music going on, and
yeah,
it's like that for hours.
yeah, and don't get us wrong, they do tend to get views and people do enjoy those live streams as well. It's just there's too many of them, probably. There are too many of them on, and there's not something unique or different about them. So yeah, that's one thing I would like to consider moving forward. How can I make this more unique and fun sort of an experience? So maybe have some interesting things going on. I mean, a really brain rot thing to do would be to add a Subway Surfer game on the
Yeah.
left hand side. Just
Yeah,
make it
so
really-
Sonic running around with those.
yeah, or some GTA clip from GTA 5 where a car is just moving somewhere in the sky and some dumb
and
thing like
yeah,
that.
while we're on this, maybe add Ty Lopez in the background as well here in my garage.
Yeah,
We can have like an AI version of Ty Lopez just here in my lab building stuff.
yeah, but it I think the just like, I mean, what's generally been the theme throughout this live stream, everything will become more clear as we go along. We'll get ideas as we go along. I mean, just talking about these live streams, there's really not much we planned. We just put up a camera here. We knew we were
Yeah.
gonna assemble a humanoid robot, and we just started the live streams. And
Yeah.
7 days later, we really could not have expected all of this.
Yep.
7 days later.
We did not expect Reg pulling up in the second live stream and
Yeah.
sticking through in all of these sessions.
Yeah. I wonder how much of a difference it would have made after 1 year, the live stream, consistent live stream.
Yeah.
Both in terms of our production and our general vibe of the entire live stream and production quality, as well as in terms of the views and the avatars that will be below, and
Yeah.
just the chat section.
This is the last one I'm building right now, and
That same.
we did decide to save two of those.
Bearings.
Yeah, for like 6010. Do we have them? Where are
don't.
they? Like we.
I
They're-
just
they're
used
in
them.
there?
I just used them. But you
Uh,
can use this one for the live stream then later on.
Then you can try finding one more of these
Ah,
from somewhere.
that's gonna be
Yep.
a bit difficult.
Okay, so I know. Something much better to do would be to find to like figure out how many actuators we have built so far, and so that will make it clear how many more bearings we need.
Yeah, maybe there's extra bearings. Maybe
Yep,
we have.
Yep. Maybe we have built all the actuators and we just need to sure about that. So
But
this one, let's start putting them together. 2, 3, and 4.
And 5. Yeah, just put
4,
some of
5,
these
and 6. I'm not gonna move this. It's a mess. 6. You can count the rest from that side. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
put this one there as well. 12.
Like you can try bringing them all over here.
13.
How many of these did we need in the first place?
Okay, so like there's one as well that's open.
No,
Just bring all of them here.
no, this is like 6.
Yeah, so I'm counting total. I'm counting all of them.
Okay, so I'm gonna just grab some stuff from here. It's everything's a mess around here. I need 2 of these to attach over here. One of them I'm building right now, so you can include this one as well.
Let's just bring them all over here and then we can count. Just
Okay, so you can include this one. No, this one is a bit difficult to move because of all the wires and stuff. Okay, it's kind of in there as well now. You can count this one as well. I just have one more motor to attach here.
attaching
I'm
motor.
gonna unbox it.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
How many do we need?
22 in total.
The 5010.
No, not 5010. In total.
So you're.
So
How's that possible?
I think there's a bit of 5010s remaining. Alright, let's just count the M6E12 ones. There's
Note M6E12 first. You can
5010.
5010s.
alright, the one you're building, 2,
This is the one I'm
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9, and if you can double check over there. I don't believe we have built only 9 so far.
Yeah, there's no way.
Yeah. What do you think, chat? We've been putting together these actuators non-stop for the past few days.
9. Yeah. There's most probably 9. Yes. The reason why there's only 9 is because remember we had to build 8 for both arms and we built 7. So you
Yeah.
built 2 today. In total, there's 9. And most of the time today has been spent building the M6E12 actuators. There's still many more 5010s to make.
How
You had
many
to
more
make
are we
like
talking
5,
about?
I think 5 today, and you've made 2. And our parts also confirmed this. So there's one here, you can see here.
Yeah.
There's one lying over there.
Okay.
And yeah, one more, I think.
So then I think we
will need more bearings.
We gotta find more bearings then.
Yeah, we'll take a look around the lab if we're able to find.
I think it will be helpful if you can write that down, like how many we have got exactly and how many more we need to put together. So in terms of like bearings, gathering bearings, we know exactly how many we need to find. Damn, I really wish Conan offers bearings, otherwise we're gonna have to order more bearings from the internet, and it's gonna take
It's gonna take a
long
day
time.
or two. Yeah, the bearings they don't take too long, I think. But yeah, we'll need to see.
Yeah, but a day or two is like really long
Yeah.
as well.
Yep. So we can try assembling these ones after the calibration or before.
No, let's just remove clean this a bit, clean this area a bit, and we're gonna just place all the actuators we have built so far, so it's clear
Okay.
what we're sort of dealing with.
Okay. This and these two. And the motor for this one, have I attached the motor? I have not attached the motor yet. Why have I not attached the motor yet? Let me just quickly unbox one and attach.
This is the last 5010 that we are building for now, and once again the reason for this hiccup in plans, surprise, is lack of materials or the shortage of materials. We're gonna look once in our lab for like if we have all the required bearings, but I don't think we have all the bearings yet. So yeah, I mean, it's like clockwork, this how we keep missing out on materials and we have to constantly order them again and again, and that's pretty common in hardware projects like this. Okay, so yep, this one is also done. So I'm oh no, man, oh no. Yep, so it's like upside down. I'm gonna quickly remove it and I'm gonna fix this now. Okay, so I'm just fixing a small hiccup in the design, and after that I'm sure let me remove this as well. So we're gonna remove these screws for now. So this part needs to be upside down. I did mention it in my tutorial, but if you're working on this project really quickly, you're trying to sprint your way through the project, be sure not to mess up on this part, otherwise you'll have to open. So Reg has sent a comment. Almost done. Next video is about assembling it on the frame. No, so the next video is gonna be about two things.
um, one would be soldering and wiring. So the actuators are assembled, but the encoders and the motor drivers are not soldered on it yet. We really want to do that beforehand, because assembly is, during the assembly we would need to change the actuators. We'll need to open them up and change parts and insert them into the frames. So we don't want to do that, and then we again we need to open it and rewire everything. So first of all, we want to ensure the wiring is perfect before we start assembling the frame. So in the next video, most likely we will be focusing on wiring these actuators, all of these actuators. And once the wiring is done, we can flash the code, calibrate, and then we will be able to assemble.
Yep, so most likely in the live stream after the next live stream, so it's gonna be the second live stream after this, we will be putting everything on frame, and especially the upper part of the robot's body.
Yeah.
So whatever encoders, whatever actuators we have got prepared over here, they are enough to build the upper part of the robot's body. We have that many actuators ready, and quite frankly even soldered, so the next live stream it's not gonna be that long. We have motor controllers and encoders soldered and ready. We just need to solder the field windings for these motors onto this controller. So there is a section for the coil A, B and C here, and then we need to supply power, 20 volts power supply to these motor controllers as well. So we will have to do this for like 12 or 13 motor controllers, and you can understand it's a pretty quick process. Maximum it's gonna take an hour or an hour and a half. That's pretty much gonna be it. And the live stream after this is gonna be putting the upper body together, but like Ali mentioned, we will have to test these encoders first, test these actuators, encoders and motor controllers to make sure they're working. Then we're gonna move on to put this on this robot's body. Otherwise we're gonna have to disassemble everything and test it again. So we're waiting on that PC, and we have already placed an order for it, and whenever it ships to us, we will be able to test these actuators that we have put together, and we'll be good to go with putting this upper part of the robot's body together.
Yeah, and also we're almost done with today's live stream. We're both working on the last actuators. Each of us is working on the last one for this video, and yeah, after this we're gonna call this a day. It's almost time for sunrise outside, and we're just about to sleep.
Yep.
Yeah, sunset for us and sunrise for the outside world.
So the Japanese people are gonna start heading out for at this point they're pretty much out there, like they're visiting combinis, grabbing their coffees. So the average salaryman, a Japanese salaryman, wakes up at this time and he's out and about, on way to his work, his company, his kaisha. And where's the other building? Where's the other building? I think it's somewhere around here. I'm not sure. I don't want to use another one when it's not like required. Have you seen the other building for this one somewhere around here?
Inside?
No, like the this one.
Oh, I just placed it back in.
Okay, yep. That's what I was looking for.
Okay, this actuator is also ready. I'll just keep it over here for the photo. I'll start bringing these. What a nostalgic noise.
Yeah.
It's so early in the morning.
Yep. So yep, another one done. I'm yep, and this one also it's perfect in terms of assembly. It's sitting flush in there, and it's rotating the upper part of the actuator. So let's put it over here, and I think yep, let's clean up everything. Let's put everything together, and I am gonna move the camera a bit, and we are gonna try and
Let's put all the M6C12 actuators on the right hand side and the 5010 on the left hand side. And I'll move this one outside for now.
later on, and let's move this over here. Let's put it back in there. Let's put it over here. I'm gonna put it in there for now. These bearings, let's put them in there. Let's close this bearing back. Okay, so Ali, I'm gonna need you to move these, the ones that we haven't built so far.
On the right hand side.
Yeah, and this one as well. I think this is an extra one lying around, and where is this coming from? Like, what are you doing here? You're not supposed to be here. Okay, and yeah, let's start putting everything together. This one has this hex insert attached with hot glue. We'll have to remove the hot glue from both parts now.
Just start placing these on the left hand side and these ones on the right hand side.
Okay, and this one, and this one, and this is this, and this, and I'm gonna bring in this one as well, and all the bells and whistles that come with it.
So Reg has sent another comment. Are you students? Are you going to class or are you going to sleep a little? So we're gonna be sleeping today. And as for students, we are graduated. I think we graduated about 2 years ago, 3 years ago.
Yeah, 2-3 years ago.
Yeah, from our undergraduate universities, mechanical engineering, electrical engineering. So we're already graduated. We really did not have any plans for masters because we were in the startup space and business space for a while, even during our university, and we sort of wanted to do something of our own. So we've just been working on our own projects since then, and it sort of all came together. We had other people reach out. They wanted us they wanted to build some projects, and we sort of started providing services, and since then we've just been working on our own thing. So we're already graduated, and at the moment we're just working on these projects and a few of our own products every now and then. So yeah, we're going to sleep. Our routine is all over the place. Sometimes it's pretty good where we sleep during the night and our routine is pretty set. Sometimes when we're sprinting on projects, it's all over the place. It's at the moment it's pretty flexible. It's all over the place.
It's the name of the game when you're doing startups and working on things like this. Okay, and how many have we built
Just,
so
just
far?
a second.
There's room. This one, yeah, this is a 6 seat. It needs. Let me move these slightly to this side because we have more room over here. And yep, and let's bring this one over here. There's one more. Okay, the that's music to my ears. One more we built that we almost missed out. Okay, let's bring in this over here as well.
Inside of the camera,
Yep. So 333
yeah.
95010 and
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of these.
8 6 C12 actuators, and these are enough, more than enough to build the upper part of the body, and the wiring for them is done. I'm gonna, if this was like a recipe, I'm gonna add a bunch of spices on top, which would be the all the motor controllers that we have soldered in our previous live stream. So these are kind of the spices that are ready for these actuators, and we're gonna be soldering them tomorrow. We're gonna solder the, probably gonna hard solder the motor windings with these controllers, because why not? At this point we have no reason to remove them, and if we need to remove them and change the windings, we're gonna simply desolder them. So we're gonna hard solder them, all the motor controller and windings with these actuators, and then we're just waiting for the PC. Once we get a hold of that PC, we're gonna test all of these actuators, and I don't see any problem with the soldering or wiring connections, so hopefully the testing will be fine. And then the very next live stream we do after the soldering part, maybe we can do one for the testing part as well, like if there's any debugging involved.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're getting pretty close to assembling the upper body of the robot, and for now we're only focused on finishing this upper body, and then when the bearings arrive, the remaining parts are sourced and gathered, we can start work building the lower body of the robot as well. So yeah, we've come a long way during these live streams, and this is the progress we've made so far. I'm gonna make a post on YouTube regarding this as well.
So yeah, we're gonna call it a day at this point. By the time we'll start the next live stream, most likely, if we're able to find the bearings, the rest of the actuators will already be assembled as well. It will not take us a lot of time. But yeah, that was it for this live stream, and good work, guys. Good night. Hey, thank you very much, and special thanks, Reg, once again for tuning in and for all the support and the comments. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you've been keeping these live streams going. Like, you've been the biggest supporter ever since we started this project.
Yeah, thank you very much for that.
And we're gonna also we're gonna try to document this as much as possible, especially with the software part. I don't know how much we're gonna be able to do that, but we're gonna keep we're gonna keep updating the channel regarding the progress of this robot. But for the hardware, right now our focus is to get the hardware ready and test all the actuators, and once we have the upper body and the lower body ready, we'll do a live stream, or we'll just make a simple video, and we're gonna update on what's the future of this robot, where it's gonna be going.
Yeah, awesome. thank you everyone for tuning in. It's morning over here, sunrise time, but we're gonna go grab some sleep now.
Yep.
Awesome.
Yep.
Thank you
See
very
you
much.
guys soon. Cheers, guys. See you guys soon. Bye bye.